No,
like
you're not. Oh,
my
never
ex
mind.
girlfriend.
His ex. Oh, okay. Never mind. Anyway, but he's been a good
Thank you,
boy
Brad.
since he's been here. Every time I've seen him, he's been a good boy. Every time he's seen me, I've been a good boy. Not that I'm, like I said, I just made my shot. DoubleTree, Hilton, Baltimore. Come on over.
Shoot
Okay.
that shot.
My bad
Shoot
cat.
that shot.
Happened.
All right,
But I
so
keep seeing you. Like, so who's it? Max
Oh, I
running?
guess what?
Burner?
Yeah, I know. That's Smack Burger. Yeah.
Okay.
Another
Burger,
comment. Yeah.
Well,
So let's
again,
do this. Hey.
I appreciate you, like I said, and again, supporting my boy here.
I appreciate you coming
You
to it, man.
got a different crowd. That's why I said.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Come on over to my channel.
Yeah, check him out sometime.
It's personal because
Sure.
I don't have as many views because it's like a talk show amongst family, and I talk with as many people that I know personally or through the show. And it's a 1 to 2 hour show where I'm basically talking with friends and we're talking about what's going on. So yeah, it's not all output. It's like a Merv Griffin show or Michael Douglas. I'm really dating myself now. Michael Douglas show from the 70s. If you guys don't know who Michael Douglas is, or you know who Michael Douglas is, okay, well he's a very astute person. It's a Michael Douglas Merv Griffin show. So come on over and see Matt's there. Matt will tell you. Matt's on my show. So he's
Rolls too. Okay, 100%.
Yeah,
That's awesome.
Matt's always in there doing good. But anything that you guys want again, and I wanted to come down.
I appreciate you, man. Appreciate you stopping through.
You're so cuddly.
Yeah,
so cuddly.
Yeah, that's what we hear. That's what we hear. I love it. I love it. Yeah, everybody viewing, make sure you go over to Captain Jack. Make sure you
check out
Captain Jack. Check him out.
Fire show. Yeah, the fire show.
Obviously in Baltimore, so dedicated.
It's different.
Dedicated.
But I hope you will enjoy it. Oh, there's now I'm gonna have some leftovers. I see.
A pretty girl walk by now. Now Cat about to go.
You know where that is? That's Storm, baby.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Good Cat.
Yeah. There you go. The Raiders. So I'm gonna eat my leftovers. She's a knockout smile. She's wonderful. But yeah. Thank you for letting me in there, and hello to everybody. And I'm gonna eat my crab cakes, and I ain't taking them on the plane home with me because crab cakes after 3 days is probably not a good.
Yeah, probably not, man. I appreciate you, man.
Yeah,
you, man.
I told you.
You did, man. Yes, sir. I appreciate it.
Late, but not a fuck you. I definitely have been here. You guys take care. Have a great rest of your night.
Appreciate it, Cat.
Take care, man.
I appreciate it, Cat.
Nice, man. That was awesome. Hey,
hey, man.
Hey,
Jack.
everybody,
you never know who's gonna pop in, y'all. You never know. We got the Cat.
Even in an away game, you know what I'm saying? Love it. Hey, everybody rolling through. I appreciate you guys. Remember, you got our guy Chris, Protection Podcast, and then we got Severe. Severe's rolling through at the Severe Raider. Make sure wherever you are viewing from, hit that like button. Go to everybody's.
No red hat, Severe. No red hat. I thought you was gonna be on one.
Hey, it's got red accents. That's what it is. It's got red highlights.
It was a mixed bag, man. I went from having possibly the worst sports day in my entire life.
The best.
It was okay. It was okay. It was the best. I would say the best. But Zamir White didn't do anything. Minshew started off kind of hot and cold. Josh Jacobs was balling.
Oh man, okay, it started. Hey,
Derek Carr was balling. I was just like, man, this is terrible. What's going on? We was losing. I was like, oh my god. What's going on?
Hey.
And then we put out the win. That erased everything else. I don't care about what nobody else did. We won, so I don't care about nothing else.
And we're gonna get into this Severe. I was telling everybody before. We're gonna bring up the stats. We're gonna bring up the game stats. We're gonna bring up the team stats. At the very end, we're gonna roll through the next couple games to just kind of see what we look like after this win. You know what I'm saying? But can't get it right. How about them Raiders? 100%. I mean, it's just you can't. It was a game of absolute just emotion. I mean, ups and downs, the whole nine. So let's do this. Let's go ahead. I'm going to pull up and everybody pulling up. John B, appreciate you. LA Raider, man, I appreciate you coming through. Let's see who else is in the building. We got I want to make sure I get to everybody straight from Thailand. Rambo Adventures, man, you always come through. I appreciate you rolling up. Again, Captain Jack came through, so if you guys do have a question, hit that hashtag Raiders first, and then it'll catch my eye. I'm gonna bring you up. Let's get some of the game stats. All right, let's take a look at them. We're going to break these down just a little bit, okay? So let's start off with Gardner Minshew, 30 for 38. I'll be honest, I'm surprised. I'm surprised he threw so much in that first half. I mean, even the second half. But, I mean, the amount of passing attempts that we had, I had to go back in halftime and sit there and go, holy crap, how many times have we passed the football? But he was 30 for 38, 276 yards, 1 touchdown, a great play action on the goal line to Devontae Adams. He had that pick.
Great ball fake.
Very good.
Great ball fake. Guys, let me ask you, how do you think as a whole Gardner Minshew did? Obviously, what's difficult is you know what you're going to get with Gardner Minshew. You know what I'm saying? But he had that interception, came back, played solid in that second half. What's your guys' takes on Gardner Minshew? Chris, I'm going to throw it at you first.
I think Gardner played pretty well because he stepped it up at the end, but that was a bad interception. Very you can't throw that.
Ugly.
Can't throw it. Yeah, can't throw that. I mean, I get what he wanted to do, but it was just a bad read. But you know, I don't want to make excuses, but I mean that offensive line, you know, was so bad that he just, you know, he honestly, he couldn't even get through his whole drop half the time, whether it was a 5 or 7, whatever it was. Like he couldn't even get all the way through his drop step before somebody was on him. But you know, the way that he ended the game, though, I mean, is like you could tell he never wavered. But one thing I love is after that interception, how Max came up to him and kind of like embraced him and was like, I don't know what he said, but it's probably something that's like, we got your back. You know, we're here. You come on, get it together. This is your team. I love that. That's the type of leadership we need. But yeah, overall, who did?
Nate on the way out, on the way out, you know, gave him a pat on the back on the way over too. So
I love that. That shows you how far our team is going from a chemistry standpoint. So you know, overall, you know, the way he played, we could still win a lot of games like that. But you know, I would. And another thing that I you know, I'm sorry to be so long-winded, but Devontae dropped 2 touchdowns.
That one on like it was like 10, 12-yard line.
Yeah.
Where he catches that.
He would have walked in there. He would have walked in.
That's a short touchdown. If we would have lost that game, that would have been.
That would have been it. That would have been it. So, you know, his stats could have looked even better. So, you know, that's kind of my thoughts.
I'm with you. And real quick, you got people. I felt sick every time we tried to run the ball, especially on third down. Sam Tonka, I appreciate you rolling through. Raider Knight, you're saying we're a pass first team. That's exactly what we look like.
We have to be. You know because we don't have the personnel to be a run first team. I've been saying that.
And that was the question, right? That was the question was how are we going to counter this really bad offensive play? That was going to be the biggest thing is how do we counter it, right? And I think we got the answer today is that we're going to basically sit Gardner Minshew in gun and just air this rock out. So you got to. Severe, let me know what are your thoughts on Gardner Minshew and how he played today.
Yeah, man, that interception was bad. And what makes it bad is that's one of the few times he actually had some time to throw. He actually had some time to go through progressions.
Right.
And he still kind of, you know, threw an ill-advised ball out there. I think he was trying to get it to Harrison Bryant. But other than that, you know, like it started off kind of rough. He was completing passes, but it wasn't really moving the ball. It was a lot of short stuff. And then we also were doing like that like those fake completions where it's essentially like a run where you just like get the ball, you like, you know, tap it to the receiver. I think we did one of those to Jacoby early, and we had one to like Trey. I think I want to say Trey Tucker had one early as well, where basically we couldn't run the ball, so we're kind of trying to supplement the run that way with those kind of like little tap passes. But other than that, man, at the end of the day, when it mattered most, he made some plays that, that is why it showed why he was a starting quarterback. Like the play to Brock Bowers, right? The play to Brock Bowers that set up the touchdown. Like he had the buy time, he rolled right, and Brock Bowers did the right thing. Brock Bowers was covered. He broke to open space, made himself available. Gardner got him the ball. Brock damn near scored himself. And then we were able to punch it in with Madison. So I think he played well enough to win, man. On a scale of 1 to 10, I give him like the turnover is bad. I give him a 7. The boy Thayer Mumford's out there getting cooked. I saw Colton Miller got cooked on the very first play of the game. And then he got cooked later on. No, he got cooked. No, it was the first play of the game where he got cooked. Then he standing up with his arms out, asking what happened. What happened? Bro, like you got beat. What do you mean what happened?
I couldn't believe I saw that. Like he was looking at the sideline. Like what happened? Like what happened, man?
You got beat. And then I think it was another sack by Oweh. Or it might not have been a sack, but it was a near sack where I think they ran a blitz, and then him and Whitehair both took the same guy for some and let Oweh go. Like what are you guys doing? And Thayer Mumford getting Cowboy Noah is 138 years old. Like why are you getting beat? Like why are you?
They made him look all pro.
He done played for all every team in the league, but us. He played every team but us. And you out here getting he gave what 2 sacks to him? Like, bro, what are you doing? Thayer Mumford looks bad. He looks slow as hell. Like it's just offensive line. I'm not happy with our offensive line. Late in the game, though, they did their job. Late in the game. They did what they needed to do, and we were able to put together some drives when we needed them the most. You'd like not to be in that position, but 20 how many games did it take us? It took us the 10, 11 games last year to score 20. We did second game of the season, and it wasn't like
26.
Exactly. It wasn't like a defensive effort. We needed like some defensive scores or something like that. We were able to the offense were able to get it and put some drives together themselves. So
what's crazy is we scored 26, and it's just crazy that we got to that number after what we saw in the first half to get to the 26 point mark.
I was like, they're
crazy. You know what I'm saying? And so D Menace, you rolling through. I appreciate you coming through. Everybody in the chat, again, hit those like buttons wherever you're at. Make sure you go to I'm 805 Raider, Real Talk Raider Nation. You got Chris of the Protect the Show podcast. You got The Severe Raider over at The Severe Raider. Make sure you guys go over there, hit those guys up, hit those the like button and subscribe. Here's the biggest thing, and you look at everybody kind of chat the last 10 minutes, exactly what it should have been. I agree. I think at the end of the day, everybody was surprised to just kind of see how it all played out. I think Jason Marshall gained the most respect. He didn't break down, kept grinding. That's what he did. He did. A rookie, young quarterback, a quarterback that can get rattled. I think this is part of the reason why Gardner Minshew got the start, because he just grinds. He understands the moment, and he just keeps going.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Yep. And so that's the tough part. Is I think at the end of the day, it was a tough first half, but the second half he came out and he did his thing. The whole offense really did. Let's talk about the
well, real quick while we're talking about Gardner. And I think I just saw a stat that I think he's leading all NFL quarterbacks with the highest completion percentage. Yeah, it's like 77% of all passes. So granted, he's had a bad interception today, and then he had an interception last week. But overall, he's protecting the ball. He's doing exactly what people were scared that he wasn't going to do. Like people thought he was just going to be real reckless, thought he was going to be, the gunslinger and all that. He's been taking care of the ball. If at some point we can get a running game to go with it, then I think we're going to be cooking. But until we get that running game, I at least like that he's taking care of the ball for the most part. I mean, it was a bad interception, but all in all, he's doing pretty well.
So, and that was the hardest part is every time when he started to drop back, you just kind of had this sense of either that defensive line was going to get to him because that pressure was coming, or just those receivers weren't going to get open, or it was just going to be just a potential turnover. Like, that was the hardest part, is in that first half, it just felt so damn uneasy. And so we'll definitely talk about the second half, but let's talk about the rushing game. All right, without mentioning Josh Jacobs. So let's
Now we can make Josh Jacobs.
Samir gonna get this work sooner or later.
Guys.
He gonna get this work sooner or later. It may not be now. It may not be later. He gonna get this Josh Jacobs work, man. We miss you, Josh.
100%. It's going to happen. But hey, Myra G.
How many points did Green Bay score today?
I don't know, but I know Josh could. I know he could.
Hey, before we keep going, Billy Davis, I think I saw a chat before. You're going to be out in just a second. Hey, I appreciate you. Have a good day at work, man. I think you said you're going to be out in a second. But you look at Zamir White's stats: 9 carries, 24 yards, 8 long. Obviously, that I want to say was our scoring drive, or the drive to set up a field goal. I mean, he ripped off. I think that was his longest. That 8-yarder was the longest run of the day. So 9 carries, 24 yards. You have DJ Turner, which, all right, the only thing I'll say about DJ Turner is you bring in DJ Turner for almost one play as a receiver, and then you run a reverse with him. Like, if you want to tell a defense you're doing something,
right.
That was crazy. But what's your guys' takes on Zamir White? Obviously, it was a run or a pass first offensive game plan.
Yeah.
What's your breakdown on Zamir White? Zavir, I will throw it to you first.
I just think that the lanes weren't there, man. I've only watched it on broadcast. Like last week, I was able to spot some times where, like, hey, you know what? He would have made this cut here. He would have had some extra yarders. But today, I really didn't see anything, man. I think they were sitting on the run. And, you know, everybody had Alexander Madison taking his job. You see what Alexander Madison finished with 1 yard with a long of 3.
He got in the end zone, right?
It tells you the kind of day he has. So
he contributed to the 26 points.
I just don't think we have the ability to really run the ball right now. I don't think anybody is going to change it. I mean, we saw Amir Abdullah. They tried to let Amir Abdullah run. Never want to see that again. You know, like Zamir White, and we didn't have and when you don't have that early success and you get down, you can't commit to the run. I'm sure they want to commit to the run, but he had 9 carries. You know, like that's, you know, we finished with 17 total as a team, and even when we were like pseudo running the ball, it was like, you know, those little pop passes we're doing to receivers. So I just think the coaches realize we can't run the ball right now.
Can't run the ball.
But we talked about this pregame. What is the strength of the Ravens defense? Right up the middle, you got Matabuke, you got Roquan, you got Kyle Hamilton, like in that Hamilton in that safety. So we said, if we want to win this game, we're gonna have to spread the ball around and we're gonna have to pass. Once we finally got to doing that, that's when we start having success. So I just think that this wasn't the team to try to run on.
So Larry Fleming, you got a question. Do you think 12 personnel will be implemented correctly by the OC? He needs to incorporate a more direct scheme. He's got many dink and dunk schemes. I'll address this just real quick. And guys, again, if you disagree, let me know. But I still think that we're going to see a lot of 12-man personnel. It may not be in the traditional 12-man personnel that you typically see, right, with double tight end sets, two guys with their hand in the ground. Yeah. I think what Luke Getsy, based on what I saw today, what I think Luke Getsy is going to try to do, and when you have a weak offensive line, you try to spread the defense out. And the way you do it, you saw a lot of empty sets. You saw a lot of 4 wide. You're trying to spread the linebackers out. You're trying to make the box as light as possible, because when you run after a very good defense, when you run against a really good defense, I think, and you have a struggling offensive line, if you try to stretch that defense out with that, again, with trips or, you know, a 4 wide or something like that, I think he's still going to run 2 tight ends. It's just going to look different, not as traditional as like a traditional double tight set or like an unbalanced or overloaded line. that's kind of my opinion, because again, our O line is very weak, and based on what we saw today, not a lot of trust in it. I think we're going to try to stretch that defense out, and the only way you do it is if you extend those receivers. And so, guys, let me know if you have anything to add to that, or if you think I'm off.
No, I totally agree. We actually started having a little bit more success when we went to like 11 personnel, and Brock was out there. Brock was getting one-on-ones, and you know, when they started getting one-on-ones on Brock, I think they started shifting more attention toward Tay. Once Tay started to get a little bit more rhythm, they shifted some extra eyes to him, and then I have to look at the film, but it looked like, you know, Brock was getting a whole bunch of one-on-ones, and he was able to beat his man, and then he had a heck of a day.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So hey, Chris, let us know, what do you think about the run game? You got Zamir White, obviously 9 for 24 carries. I mean, it just wasn't a focus this week. What are your thoughts as the game was going on? And I think a lot of us, all three of us on the screen, we understand ball, and at some point, you got to at least attempt, or at least try to keep the defense a little balanced. What are your thoughts? What are your thoughts with the run game and how we approached it this game?
I mean, honestly, like I think I'm one of the few people that went into the season saying that we're going to be a pass first team, and we need to be a pass first team, just based off the personnel. So I wasn't surprised, but I was hoping that we at least would have had a better, had some better attempts. I mean, but just like Severe said, like I'm not going to sit here and dog Zeus, because I want him to do well, but you know, he didn't have no lanes. But you know, he has to make people miss too. You know, like you're not always going to get, you know, a hat on a hat. You know, you're going to have to make a guy miss, and he just doesn't do that. You know, he showed off his big biceps on the off season, and that's all we've seen from him, man. Like he's not breaking arm tackles. I mean, it's just like, what are we doing, man? What are we doing? And again, I'm not blaming just him, but you know, at least make a guy miss, and he's just not doing it.
I'm with you, and that's tough, right? I mean, in order for Luke Getsy to have even confidence in our running game, everything needs to work. Offensive line, the running backs, the whole nine, and it's just not there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So let's get down to the receivers. You got Davante Adams, 9 catches, 110 yards, 1 touchdown. Brock Bowers, 9 receptions. I mean, again, a rookie balling out. Jacoby Myers, 4 for 29. You guys see the stats up there. You know, Chris, I'll throw this to you. Obviously, Davante Adams, he came up big in a specific drive, but obviously there's some question marks on whether or not he should have obviously caught that one. He'd walk in for a touchdown. There was one shot to the end zone.
2 of them. Yeah, two.
Mm-hmm. What are your thoughts on kind of the receivers, Davante Adams, Brock Bowers? Give us your thoughts, because again, Chris was there. He was in the building. He saw it firsthand. Sometimes when you see it firsthand, you just have a better take as to really what was going on. So, Chris, give us your thoughts.
No, I think you know, Tay has to make those catches, and I mean, I'm not worried about him, because you know, one thing he's always said is no one holds. I mean, no one can. Or I think his standard for himself is higher than what anyone else, or his expectations for himself is higher than what anyone else can put on him. So I know he'll get it together. But you know, with Brock Bowers playing the way he's playing, you know, teams are going to start shifting some attention to him. So this may be one of the first years that Tay gets a lot of man-to-man coverage. He has to come up with that ball. He has to. But you know, I love that we got him the ball early. We got it to him often. And when we got Brock Bowers, games like this is what I was thinking that Davante would have. Because I'm like, teams got to pick their poison, you know. And I'm excited because at some point we're going to have some packages for Trey Tucker, I hope. And then, you know, we all know Jacoby can play. So once we get all that going, we're going to be tough to deal with, but we just got to get the line to give our quarterback time. But you know, I'm not worried about Davante right now.
I'm with you, man. Hey, and Rambo Adventure. This was a stat, Chris. You probably didn't see it because you're at the stadium, but this is a stat: 49 games, 49 straight games. The Raiders have lost when down by 10 or more going into the fourth quarter. 49 games.
Wow!
And we finally broke the streak.
That's crazy.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
that is that's a losing culture. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
That's crazy. So Rambo Adventure, that pretty reminded me of that stat because they brought that stat up during the game. So,
but you know what though, like that to me, that kind of tells you about the mentality of the quarterback we have. Like regardless, if you like him or hate him, man, that's one of Gardner's key attributes, man. He don't give up. He's a fighter. He has that drive in him. Again, he's not Dan Marino, but the dude's not going to give up. He has that dog in him. So, 49 games. We didn't have the right quarterback with that dog in him, unfortunately. So,
yeah, and Kenny Romero, he's saying offense was wrong when we took out the running game. 100% agree. I mean, that's kind of what we do now. An argument can be had that you have to at least attempt to run the ball a little bit to keep the defense balanced. You know what I'm saying? Because there were certain angles during the game that they would show where the linebackers, they're sitting 7 yards off. Chris, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know if you saw it, but there was times where the linebackers on second in 6 were just
they knew we weren't running.
Yards. They knew they weren't.
They knew we weren't running. They didn't even respect it. They didn't even respect the run, man.
Exactly, and that gives a little more credit to Gardner Minshew, to be dead honest, to be able to throw that ball downfield. And So, Severe, let me know what are your thoughts on Devontae Adams, Brock Bowers, the whole passing game. Let me know your thoughts.
Yeah, man, Devontae. When we talk about those two passes he had, the first one would have been a difficult catch, but that's one when you're Devontae Adams, you're the best player in the league. I'm sure, he considers himself one of the best receivers of all time. I think when you put yourself in that rarefied air, and that's a play you kind of have to make, especially when your offense at that point, was kind of struggling. You make that grab.
I don't like the call though. I don't like the call doing that though, honestly. That was on 4th down too, right? 4th and 1.
That was on 4th and 2. That was 4th and 2. But if you make that catch, that it's one of those things where if you make that catch, you come with that touchdown. Oh man,
you look like a genius. You look like a genius
call. Genius call. But and you had Devontae. You had him one-on-one.
One-on-one.
I think he tried to put the ball in a place where only Devontae can get it, but he wasn't able to come up with it. The other one though, that was a bad drop.
Oh
man,
that
was a bad drop.
He was walking in the end zone, man.
He's walking into the end zone, like skipping into the end zone. So
right.
But other than that, he had some great grabs. He got the benefit of some pass interference calls. As I would say this, it's a pass interference calls. If they caught against us, I kind of look at them questionable. One of them was kind of questionable to me, but I'll take them. I will take them.
Sorry, go ahead.
No. Go ahead. Go ahead. What was you gonna
say? So me or you or me, I'm gonna keep doing it. I'm just letting you know because I see you pretty often in our chat. So me or you or me. But before I get to this one, cheers to everybody in the chat. Hey, cheers, Chris. Cheers to you, Severe. I'm gonna cheers you. I know you don't drink, but more power to you.
I got some agua over here somewhere, man.
I love it. Because we're talking about the passing game.
Stay thirsty, my friends.
Where was Trey Tucker? You know what I'm saying? Like, this is one of the things, and we talked about it yesterday in our live, is that what we saw to Trey Tucker in the preseason was what we wanted to see out of him last year, right?
Yeah.
Him getting that separation, him being that deep threat.
Yeah.
He's nowhere to be seen.
Yeah.
And this part is so frustrating. Now, is it because our offensive line isn't sustaining blocks? Luke Getsy doesn't trust the fact that we're going to be able to give Gardner enough time to get, Trey Tucker. Because one of the things that we got to keep in mind is it's not just going deep. It's also trying to get Trey Tucker across the field, get separation. When you can identify that as man coverage, right? And you want to get a receiver across the field to get separation, you need time. You need time in order to do that. but there is not a Trey Tucker signing anymore. So Chris, what are your thoughts? I mean, do you think we're going to see Trey Tucker anytime soon, given the fact that our offensive line is just struggling?
Man, we have to, but like I don't think it's going to be in the sense of what we want. The down the field shots. But he's one of them guys. You gotta get him the ball in space. Period. So we may not have the luxury of waiting for him to do a post corner or whatever, a double move or something. But we have to, figure out a way to get him open in space. So, stuff that Tyreek Hill does. Tyreek, he don't always just go deep. They figure out a way to kind of scheme him open and get him in space. So we have to figure that out. I hope it does happen.
Yeah, and so Larry Fleming, he's got a question: with the existing offensive line on the roster, which two lineups are idealistic in your opinion? We can go through it fairly quickly. I don't know if I have an ideal at this point. Guys, again, correct me if I'm wrong. At this point, you got an entire week. Try DJ Glaze at guard, because I want to go back and look at how Cody Whitehair did in the second half, because obviously our offense had a spark, but you got to find somebody at that other guard spot, and
you got to figure it out, man. They got to figure it out.
Man, struggled.
Yeah.
So, guys, real quick, do you think there's an ideal offensive line setup? Because it's tough, unless JPJ comes back because he was inactive. But what are you guys' thoughts?
But even him, I love JPJ, but I'm not going to act like he's going to, come out and just dominate. I don't even think that's fair to even have those expectations on him. But I don't know. I just don't think we don't have a strong lineman room. So
You don't.
Yeah.
So we might have the best group out there, and it is what it is.
Yeah, I think the one thing you'll get from us, Larry Fleming, just know, like, if we honestly just don't know. It's tough. You know what I'm saying? And that's going to be a hard one. Severe. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, man. I mean, JPJ is a first round talent. He's a first round talent, and I'm not saying he's going to change our entire world, but I think that him being out there is an upgrade. And one thing we talked about before. I don't know. I don't know if we talked about it with you or I talked about it with somebody else, but the Raiders don't have anybody on their line that's like nasty, right?
Right.
It's a real tough guy, a bully, and
when we had that sense incognito.
Yeah, exactly. And sometimes all it takes is one guy, right? Like everybody, it's like if you see a pack of dogs, and they might be mild mannered, but if one dog is real tough. All the other dogs they all feeling tough. They all feeling tough. Like we got this dude with us, and I think it might be one of those situations where it's like having him on the line kind of makes everybody feel like, okay, like we got a bully over here. Like I'm gonna stick out my chest a little bit more. So I'm hoping he can have that effect. I think he's better. He's better than Whitehair, for damn sure better than Pete. So I think that will improve the offensive line, and hopefully his mentality kind of rubs off on some of the other guys as well.
Yeah, I'm with you. It's a very interesting comment. Space Beast, I appreciate you rolling through the building. The comment was behind. It was back, but you said put JPJ at center. And that's it. You
can't do that. You can't. We pay James so much money. He's gonna have to work it out. I love the idea, but we pay him too much.
And we got the whole guard. That's the hard part.
Exactly. And if you put JPJ at center, you're not putting your best five out there. It's like at the end of the day, you have to put your best five out there, and JPJ at center, it takes away. Even though Andre James is not great, but I think he's better than some of the guys we have on the bench.
I'm with you. And so, let's do this. I'm trying to go through Lakeshore Raider. I appreciate you rolling through. Space Beast, I just put you up there, man. I appreciate you rolling through. Bill and Bass, everybody in the chat, I appreciate you guys. Make sure you go to 805 Raider, Real Talk, Raider Nation. You got the Severe Raider. Go to that channel. Everybody hit the like button. Then you got Chris, the Protect the Show podcast. Again, I'm trying to get through these comments. You guys are rolling strong. If you got a question or something, if you got a question, hit that hashtag Raiders first and then ask your question. So let's kind of keep rolling through. We're going to talk about the defense side. All these are defense stats. The only thing, as I kind of go to the big page, how money was Carlson? Like, you can't give him more credit. I mean, it was insane.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I mean,
and Tucker wasn't the other Tucker.
I know him. He don't be missing. Right? That's 2 weeks in a row he missed one.
Man,
exactly. So let's talk. Right, we just kind of went over the stats a little bit. I did want to pull up the team stats. We can do that just real quickly because I honestly nothing jumped out at me, but you guys can correct me if I'm wrong. But we'll pick up the team stats. I just want to check the chat real quick, just see if there's any. Okay, so Eli W, you said, would y'all start DJ Glaze? To me, maybe.
That's a pick.
Yeah.
You watching the game? The Houston game?
Yeah. I thought the receiver Moss team, but yeah, they picked it. Nice.
Who threw a pick? Stroud threw a pick?
Yeah, Caleb threw a pick.
Caleb, oh yeah, man. Everybody knows what
that's right.
Caleb, I
got CJ Stroud on my fantasy, so as long as they ain't Stroud, I'm good.
Yeah, people know what I'm about, but.
But Eli W, he says, would you start DJ Glaze? The only question I would have is, would you start? This is Eli W. Would you start at Captain Jack? Appreciate you. Would you start DJ Glaze at tackle? I don't know if I'd start him over Thayer Mumford or no way, obviously over Colton Miller. But maybe you could try him at a guard. You have a full week to try it. But what are you guys' thoughts? Would you start DJ Glaze at possibly a guard next week?
Next week will be the time to try it.
Really, and we're gonna go into a little bit later. We're gonna go into our next few games, and we're gonna kind of break those games down real quick. But yeah. Severe, what do you think? What's your thoughts?
I would probably start him at right tackle, man. I'm kind of done with Mumford.
He over Thayer.
I've been done with Mumford. I've never liked Thayer Mumford. I've never thought he was any good. I think he had a solid performance at left tackle. So maybe you want to do a situation where you throw him at left guard. I know he said he's more comfortable on the left side. But I'm done with Thayer Mumford, man. I would give Glaze a look at right tackle. And next week, I'm not gonna disrespect the Panthers just because any given Sunday, man. I was talking trash about the Bears. Talking trash about the Bears last year. We went out there and lost, so I'm not disrespecting the Panthers at all.
Yeah. So let's do this. We're gonna go over just the team stats, right? And honestly, I kind of looked at this. Nothing really jumped out, so I'll go through this slow, guys. If something jumps out to you, but passing first downs 14-14, running first downs 1 versus 5. Which I mean, you got Derrick Henry. He better get you some first downs.
Yeah.
What was pretty interesting was the time of possession was dead even.
Yeah.
I think the only stat line, which was crazy, is the fact that look at the penalties.
Yeah.
We had 3 penalties versus their 11.
Yeah.
Oh, they had 11? Damn, I thought they had 9. They had 11?
11 for 109 yards. But then obviously we had all of our turnovers. So we were able to still win with all the turnovers that we had, which is huge. But to Antonio Pierce's credit, how we finished last year, we're still a pretty disciplined team, which we typically never have been. So you got to give credit where credit is due. So again, nothing really jumped out to me when it came to the overall stats. And so we're not going to look at the rushing yards per game because someone like a Josh Jacobs might get brought up, but we're not going to talk about that. Okay? We're not going to touch it.
But you know what though, I ain't gonna touch on that. But and that's another thing I think that helped, that we were able to go down the field, take those shots to Devontae because he had a one-on-one matchup, and they got a couple PI penalties, which was big. That's
Yeah.
so that's another thing. When Tay is man on man, throw it up. Not too many times someone's just going to lock him down. They got to hold him and all that other stuff. So.
Yeah, I'm with you. So to get your questions answered on the show, yes, can't get it right. I appreciate you. Put hashtag Raiders. If I accidentally miss you, because man, you guys are flying with the comments, I'll do my best to get back to you or just remind me. So we kind of went over the stats real quick. Real quick. So we obviously start out really slow, and it was a really interesting game plan to basically come out. After the first quarter, even going into late second, I was getting a little frustrated that we saw nothing but the gun formation. Right? Yeah. I felt like we should have went under center at least a handful of times to get some downhill running. Even on some of those short yardage plays, we're still sitting in gun. What was your guys' feeling starting out the game? Do you think that was the right game plan? Do you think that was something that we should have done, given the fact that to me it looked like Getsy was just afraid of this front four. Yeah. So, Severe, kind of what was your thoughts as the game started, and then as we get through first and second quarter going into halftime? Just kind of what was your thoughts with the first half?
Yeah, man, our offensive output wasn't where it needed to be. I was happy that our defense was able to for the most part hold strong, but it was looking like it was going to be kind of a repeat of last week where, like our defense it's holding tough, but it's only a matter of time before kind of the dam breaks and the Ravens start putting up points just because they've been on the field so long. I think part of the reason I noticed the gun as well, a lot of gun. I think that was to give Minshew ability to see the rush a little bit better and being under center. But yet and still, the very first play of the game, it's like, come on, bro. It's like, come on. But yeah, man, I was happy when I was happy with what we were doing defensively. Offensively, like I said, I wanted us to at least establish the run a little bit so we can get some play action pass going, and at least make them have to respect it. But we had no ability to do that. They basically shut down all the rushing lanes, and it was a situation where I think that we were being like. We didn't start scoring until we were put in a situation where we had to. We kind of had to open it up. We had to throw the ball a little bit more. We had to say, you know what, either way, we're going to lose. So let's, if we got to put Minshew in a little bit of danger, have them take some more pass attempts, and that's when we were finally started seeing some offensive output. So maybe we need to roll with that early in the game, right? Maybe we need to pass to set up the run instead of run to set up the pass.
Exactly.
It might be a situation.
Exactly. Maybe, and Chris, I'll throw it over to you in a second, but do you think AP's aggressiveness on fourth downs puts a lot more pressure on the quarterbacks later in the game? In my opinion, I think it just kind of depends on situational, right? I think it's just played out. That's put a lot of pressure on the quarterbacks because we just haven't capitalized on those fourth downs. Like we went for it on fourth down early. I forget how early was it? We went for it on fourth down that first time.
Second
was it
early
yeah, I'm about to say it was a second. Yeah,
I think early second quarter, I believe.
No, I think it was like start of the third, because the one thing I said was when the Ravens got the ball and to start the second half and they went down and scored within like 4 or 5 plays or something like that. Mm-hmm. I said, we need 7. Mm-hmm. We needed 7. You cannot come away with this drive without 7.
Yeah.
And that's, I think, the drive that they went for it. And so it's still very early in the third. And so I think that's hard. I think it only puts pressure on the quarterbacks if at the end of the game we just don't capitalize with a couple extra drives and we find ourselves in a situation where we're down like today.
Yeah.
And so kind of to answer that question, how do you guys feel on that?
I mean, after the game, right? I think that they asked Devontae about it, and Devontae kind of gave a politically correct answer about the decision to go for it on fourth down and not to go for it on fourth down. When they were asking about the late fourth down against the Chargers. But they also asked Gardner about it as well. And Gardner said straight up, like, hey, I'm a ball player. Like anybody that's a ball player, you want the ball in your hands in those situations.
That's what I'm saying.
You know, so like I think it does the opposite. I think when you go for it on fourth down and you're saying, like, look, I trust you to do this. That lets your offense know, lets your quarterback know, lets everybody in the building know that I'm going to be aggressive. And that also changes what the defense has to do, right? Because they have to take that into calculation, because it's not just, hey, we can stop them short on third down. If it's 3rd and 11, you give up 9 yards. There's a chance they go for it.
It might be 4 down. Absolutely.
So you know, it also changes strategy for the defensive coordinator as well. So I think it can be a double-edged sword. You don't want to abuse it, kind of like Brandon Staley did with the Chargers, where you're doing it in ridiculous situations, but you also want to be you want to be calculated with it. And when you trust your quarterback and you trust your offense to do it, I think, especially when you got the talent we have, that just inspires everybody and it builds confidence in them.
It does, man. I'm 100% agree on all that. Chris, anything to add to that? I mean,
Severe said that well.
With
but
his
you're
bars,
right.
He was precious on that. He saw
that was the one. That was the one. That was well rehearsed.
Look,
who set that up? I'm telling you.
I gotta say something else real quick, man. It's been a lot of people, and a certain person in particular.
Here we go.
That just, bro, like the hate for Gardner Minshew, man, because their guy is not the starter, man. It's ridiculous, man. Like we beat a team that was in the AFC Championship game last year, right? Like a team coming off a difficult loss to the defending champions, a team that they dislike with a passion, a game that they lost on the very last play of the game. And this is their home opener, and they're looking to get right. And we go out there and we come from behind after having a tough half, and we beat them. And all I hear is just trash talk for Gardner, man. Some people need to get over it, man. Like, Ain't no Connor doesn't win this game. Ain't no Connor doesn't win this game.
At all.
He goes into a shell. He goes into a shell, and he does not win this game. Like he would be
disgusting, man.
I told another guy that's an LC guy. Like if Aiden O'Connell was the quarterback this game, he would have been sacked 8 or 9 times, and by the third quarter, he'd be seeing ghosts. Because he doesn't deal with pressure well. He doesn't deal with being hit well. So I support the guy we have. If Aiden O'Connell gets in there, I'm going to support him. I'm not going to Aiden O'Connell.
I'm so annoyed. I am so annoyed.
Get over it, man.
The only thing I will say, and it's tough because winning cures all, especially a win like this.
But it doesn't with our fan base. It doesn't.
I'm with you.
They're idiots, man. Half of them are. Yeah, half of them are idiots, man.
Cheers to you.
Hold on, man. Hold on. I gotta crack this one open.
Yeah,
bro.
do it, because then I'm gonna let you roll. Then I want to hear what you have to say. Dude.
Are you double covered today, Chris? You got the crown. You got the crown apple today too, or not?
Oh no, I'm done. No, I'm done. But I'm right in front of the bar. It's a light day. Yeah, it's a light day.
It's a light day. After yesterday.
Yeah. Well, no. Hey, the tailgate was wild, but no. It's disgusting, man. I am so tired of a major part of our fan base with some Raider content creators. I mean, they disgust me at this point, and I don't care. Unfollow me if you have to, whatever. But I lost so much respect for guys because, like you said, we came out, won this game. All you hear is still talking about Gardner's trash. I mean, like what are we talking about? Like Gardner, again, he completes his passes. Everybody wants to nitpick. Look at his stat line. He played well. What was it? The last 3 of the 4 drives we had, we got points. So it's like, it's just disgusting, man. I mean, the dude's running for his life. He can't even get out of a 5-step drop without someone in his face. You know, you don't see him over there crying or anything like that. It's just disgusting, man. Just because their guy didn't get the nod, and I'm tired of it, honestly. I lost so much respect for the guys that are still saying that stuff, and honestly, don't watch my content. I don't care. Like I'm serious. I don't. They're ridiculous, man. They just get on my nerves. Like I'm at the point now, I'm just gonna start blocking people because it's just stupid, man. It's stupid at this point.
I'm with you. Hey, B-Win, you in the building. I appreciate you. Took 3 points off the board, the 4th down play. You did, but and I'll be honest with you. I was one that said we need to get 7 on that drive because that was after the Ravens came out, opening drive, scored in the second half.
Yeah.
And again, I was texting my buddy. I was like, man, we need 7 because them doing that was tough. But obviously it worked out. Again, would I've gone for it? I probably would have, but you never know how it's going to play out. Or would I've kicked a field goal? I might have, but that's the hard part is when you're that early in the game is trying to figure out those type of decisions. Huey P in the building, always rolling through, man. I appreciate you coming through and cheers to everybody in the building. You know what I'm saying? Big win by our Raiders. You cannot complain about something like this. These are the type of wins that could just be game changers for a season. You know what I'm saying? Like this could set the tone for these guys. And I don't know, did you guys see the video? Did you guys see the Twitter video of Antonio Pierce hugging Tom Telesco in the
I ain't see it yet.
Man, I don't know.
I need to watch it. Yeah, I need to watch the
pressers.
The presser too. How was the presser? I mean,
I didn't get a chance to watch him. Actually, I didn't get a chance to watch him because whenever the Raiders win, I take my girls for ice cream right after the game.
There you go.
Like the indoctrination is real.
100%. Okay, so chat. You ready for this? No. You ready? No.
Wait. Isn't one of them another fan? Don't they like the 49ers or something?
No, they
no. She's back on our train.
She likes Taylor Swift. So
she was
kind of
Oh yeah.
Yep. So she's back on her train. So this is the thing. Is chat for all you guys that haven't heard what I do. I got 3 beautiful girls. I got a beautiful wife, the whole 9. And ever since my oldest was young, anytime the Raiders scored a touchdown, I had a bucket of candy. So anytime they scored a touchdown, they could go pick candy. And so they didn't care about the game. They were just excited the Raiders were playing because even if they scored 1, maybe 2 touchdowns, they could get to pick candy.
Yeah. And they're like, Dad, we don't get no candy. This team sucks.
Oh, trust me. Like the days that the looks that I would get when they didn't score a touchdown.
Oh man!
But like
the Vikings game would have been rough.
100%, right? And then whenever they win, I take them to go get ice cream. So I get to pick. It's either like Cold Stone or Baskin Robbins. They pick Dairy Queen to get one of those Blizzards. So I took them real quick before we jumped on. So that's just what I do. Hey,
I love it, man. I love it.
Got to teach
them That's fire. That's fire.
It's smart, man.
Whatever it takes to make them Raider fans. If it's ice cream, then so be it.
100%. Exactly. Right. But that's the thing is, when we talk about the offense in the first part, right? The first part of the offense, I think all of us were struggling to have any confidence in how this game was going to play in the first half, right? So let's talk about the defense.
Yeah.
The defense balled.
Yes.
Flat out. You know what I'm saying? Max Crosby.
Oh, wow.
He showed why he's the leader of this team, not just not just the defense. He's the leader of this team. Yeah. And so, let's talk about the high points. Chris and I, we touched on it just a little bit earlier about just how they did a hell of a job staying in their lanes. They were very disciplined. Yeah. So we talked about it very briefly, but Severe, kind of what are your thoughts on the defense? Just how they performed throughout the entire game. Had the one hiccup on that drive coming out of the second half, but outside that, balled. Talk about the defense a little bit. Let us know your thoughts.
And my defense played well, man. Max Crosby was the best player on the field. On the football field that had the reigning MVP, 2-time MVP winner. Max Crosby was the best player on the field, and
by far,
I think he played a hell of a game. I think that that he didn't put up many stats on the stat sheet, but Christian Wilkins, man, was getting double teamed essentially in the entire game. Another guy that really didn't show up on the stat sheet that much, but he flashed and he had some pressure as well. And there's a few times in two of the situations where if Max doesn't get a sack, he was right there, and that was Adam Butler. Adam Butler played.
I like Adam Butler.
Well.
I like Adam Butler a lot.
Yeah, we can talk about him, but keep going, Severe.
But I think he played a heck of a game. Epps, he was kind of hit or miss. I mean, they kind of had him playing like in the box a few times. There's a few times that Ricard was able to get hands on him, and Ricard is like a 300-pound.
That's a big boy. That's a big boy.
Big boy.
He had some difficulties. I saw a few times where Spillane, I want to say on one big play, maybe it was to Zay Flowers, where Spillane kind of, Lamar looked like he might have started scrambling, and Spillane kind of got sucked up, and then they were able to pause on that one. But they were able to complete a pass over the top of his head. I think Bennett played well. He made that PBU in the end zone against Nelson Aguilar. They also had that. He also got the
interception.
He made the play to help Spillane get that pick. People talked a lot about Diablo. I mean, I saw he had the one missed tackle that in the
open field
bad
on Derrick Henry.
Yeah, he had the bad missed tackle, and then he had the play where he could have got called for a personal foul, unnecessary roughness against Lamar on the sideline. But other than that, though, like I didn't see anything wrong with this play. I saw him a few times. I saw him, I think he had one play in particular. I saw him jump into the backfield. He tackled Derrick Henry. Another time, he was feeling it. He was filling his lanes. His run fits were like much better this game than they were last game. I don't recall him getting beaten in pass coverage either. So there's a lot of people complaining about him. Outside that bad Derrick Henry missed tackle, I really didn't see much to complain about.
Severe. When I saw that missed tackle from Diablo on Henry, I was like, oh. Are we going to see an Eichenberg? Is Eichenberg going to hit the field?
Eichenberg didn't even.
Man. I was waiting. I wanted it to happen though.
I didn't see him.
Did he touch? Did he even have a special teams tackle in that game?
No. Chat, let us know. Did you see Eichenberg? Did you see? I think he wears number 35. Does he wear number 35?
He wears some.
No, who knows? Who knows?
Exactly, right? He's never.
I wasn't going to ask Severe, Chris. I was going to ask you.
The equipment manager doesn't even know what. The equipment manager's like, we got a new player. Is he a street? You pick your
did Eichenberg even play at all?
I don't know, but I did see.
They have to spell check his name just before you put him.
God damn it, Severe.
Man,
Chris, but yeah, let's know about the defense, man. What'd you see? Because again, chat, Chris was there in person. Sometimes when you see it in person, man, it's just a different story. But how was the flow? How did it look in person with that defense?
The D was fired up, like in between plays, like when they're in the huddle and just or whatever. But you could tell them they're a unit that's like a family. They big each other up. If someone misses a tackle or whatever, you see Max or you see whoever. Helping their brother up, trying to get them going, and I love it, man. That defense is something special. But yeah, I just like Severe said, Max played out of his mind. One thing AP always talks about is the superstars need to put their cape on. He put his cape on today. He was balling.
So Chris, though, I'm gonna put this up for you. Okay, all right, Severe. I want you to sit back. We're gonna sit back a little bit. Chris, I'm gonna drink a little bit for you because I'm gonna put this up. Can't get right's got a comment. And he just put Jacorian Bennett. Tell us about your boy, dude. You have been on him all off season saying he's gonna be right. Chris, I need you to get live with this guy. I'm telling you,
let's go.
You look good.
Bennett is a baller. I've been trying to tell y'all. He's a baller. The boy can play. He had a tough rookie season. But the boy can play. I mean, he's real sticky in his coverage. Like I said, he had the pass breakup, and he was a big part of that Spillane. Did they consider that? Was that an interception?
It was
for him. Yeah. So he was the one that kind of got.
Yeah. It was an interception for Spillane. Yeah.
Yeah, but he's the one that kind of got the ball out. So The ball kind of just got in Spillane's hand. But I mean, Bennett is playing lights out, man. I'm not gonna be the one to say I told you so, but a lot of my takes have been on point this year, just for the record.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna keep it real.
Dude. Hey,
I'm
just confidence.
Just
tell us how it is.
I'm not gonna be. I'm not gonna be the I told you so guy, but I'm just saying a lot of my takes.
Bask in your glory.
Hey,
but for real, but honestly, like everybody was thinking about spending our first round pick on a cornerback, man. I'm like, hold up, we don't need that. We got other needs.
Yeah, I was very keen on it.
Very vocal, bro.
I was very keen. But Quinyon Mitchell I had him as a second best defensive.
Stu Swagger in the building.
Stu's in the building. I appreciate you rolling through him, man. Former Raider, always a Raider. Yes. Gotta love it. And a Purdue guy, right?
Yeah.
Purdue guy.
Yep. Purdue, yeah.
Saginaw, Michigan.
Yep.
100%, man. Swagger rolling the safety.
Yeah, beat Charles Rogers in the 100 in high school, won the states. Other bad boy. Stu was a bad boy.
In the building, 100%.
Oh, man, that sounds crazy.
But the one thing I loved about watching Jakorian Bennett, and you looked at if you watch the game, right? That's the thing is everybody talks about if you got a shutdown corner on one side, they're going to target another receiver on the other side. Yeah. It just didn't look like there was a lot of work for those corners to get it because Lamar Jackson, he dropped back. And
he was hesitant. Like he didn't feel comfortable even airing the ball out unless the guy was wide open. And there was a couple times where they had someone. But besides that, he's patting the ball. The Ravens fans, they were pissed. They were just like, "What are you doing?" And that goes to that defense.
And that's the thing is that Jack Jones. I think there was one pass to Zay Flowers on the sideline that was in front of Jack Jones.
Yeah.
There was a couple times where it looked like there were more in a cover 2 under type of coverage where Zay Flowers caught a pass underneath Trayvon Moehrig.
Yeah.
But did they really pick on Jack Jones?
No.
Did they really pick on Jakorian Bennett? It just didn't seem like it was there.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't.
You're talking about a receiver core that's pretty well balanced, right? We used to have Nelson Aguilar. Obviously, he's later in his.
I was pissed. I ain't gonna lie. I was pissed when he got a catch on this. Like Nelson Aguilar, come on, man.
But then you got Bateman as well. But Zay Flowers, he's that stud. He's that stud that they want to get the ball to, and they just could not get a rhythm. Yeah, they got some pops here and there.
Yeah, here and there.
You know what I'm saying? It wasn't too bad. But at the end of the day, like they just could not get a rhythm with him. And I wish we would have jammed him more on the line. I wish we would have had someone in his face, reroute him, delay his release a little bit. I wish I would have seen that. But at the end of the day, it was complete, it was complete shutdown by these corners. I really liked their play 100%. So that's kind of the first half. That's the first half. Now let's jump to the second half. All right. The second half, it almost looked like the tides turned 100%. Right. We're flat as all hell on the offensive side. The defense balled as usual.
Yeah.
What are your guys' thoughts? What do you think the turning point was in the second half? Severe, I'll throw it over to you. What do you think that turning point was in that second half that just allows us to get the ball rolling? Obviously, the defense had that first drive out of the Ravens was tough, but we recovered quick. Offense got a little bit of a spark, rolled with it. What was your thoughts on the second half of this game?
Ironically, man, I think that the turning point might have been the play by Jakorian Bennett and Robert Spillane.
Turnover.
Yeah, like as you said, the Ravens, they go into the third quarter, they score, they put us down 10 points. So first of all, that puts us in a situation where we're down 10 points in the second half. We kind of got to start throwing the ball a little bit more. We turned the ball over on downs ourselves, and then 3 plays later, Jakorian Bennett makes that play. We get the interception, and we're in pretty good field position. We come right down there. we score a touchdown ourselves, and then as you said, I think the next I think we score on every drive after that. I want to say every drive after that we score. So I think that was kind of the turning point right there. Is like us getting that turnover after they scored that touchdown. And we come back and we score a touchdown ourselves, and then it's a real ball game at that point.
And that was after that 4th down attempt, right?
Exactly.
That we didn't get, and so everybody was kind of deflating. You're sitting there going,
exactly. That's what I was about to say.
Yeah, like, holy crap! That's just after the Ravens go down the field and score, and you're sitting there going, you need 7. Like that was I was texting my buddies, I was like, man, we need 7 out of this, and we don't get it. We went for it. And all of a sudden, you have our defense bail the offense out again. I mean, Lane gets his hand in there, or I'm sorry, Jacorian Bennett gets his hand in there, pops it up, Splain's in perfect position to pick that off, and we have life again. You know what I'm saying? So that was absolutely huge. Chris, you being there, how was your thoughts? How did the turnaround happen?
Hold on. Let me address this comment.
Let's do it. Which one?
Eichenberg has a knack.
I kept it up there for a reason. I wanted it.
No. He has a knack.
Chris, I love it.
Yeah, let's let him go. Let's go.
Hold up. This is based on what?
Cheers,
what
evidence
have you seen that Eichenberg couldn't find his balls with the ball of Jergens and Pornhub on his telephone? Right? He couldn't. I don't want to hear nothing about him finding nothing. All right, until he actually dresses for NFL game and let him make an NFL tackle first before you say he has anything. Did he put up a stat today? Did he do anything? What has he done? His uniform is clean as hell. He can just take the uniform off and wear it next week. He can't. It's a home game, but he didn't do anything. He did nothing. I don't hear about him having a knack for doing anything. Let him make an NFL tackle first. He's done nothing in the NFL but missed most of training camp and every preseason game he should have been at. All right, so I hope his family is okay. I'm glad he's able to come back.
Man.
Hey, can't get it right. I appreciate you because you got it riled. I love it. I appreciate you. I had to keep it up there. I kept it up there just long enough to make it right. Severe, because I saw your eyes. You're like, wait a second.
That's hilarious.
I love it.
I mean, Gainer had that bad. Gainer almost cost us too, man.
What did he do?
On that punt. He should have had a rough in the punter.
Oh, yeah.
He should have been a rough in the punter.
Yeah.
If I was just me being objective, if I was me as a Raider fan, somebody did that to my punter, I'm screaming for a rough in the punter.
Yeah.
Because he hit the dude. I think his
No. That was Amari Burney.
That was Bernie? Okay, I thought it was Amari Burney. Okay.
Oh, he came in hot.
He came, bro. He should have blocked. At that point, if you're coming out, you got to block it, bro. You got to block it.
Yeah,
but you're not supposed to go at the punter. You got to go to where he's going to kick it. Like you should. Exactly. You were at the wrong angle. Yeah.
Man.
Oh, he blasted him though.
Man, I was
wrong angle.
I was hot. I was yelling like, "What that?"
What are you
and
doing?
then I saw it wasn't. I was like,
yeah.
Okay, so I want to go through these chats real quick because I want to bring up somebody, or not somebody. Sorry, I just want to make sure that I clear everything. Bennett's around, good cornerback, learning. Yeah, 100%. Watch Raider. Yeah, Bennett broke it up for Spillane to pick it. He absolutely did. I mean, him putting that his hand in there, and even that deep ball that went on him early in the game, where
he was he
tracked his hands.
Yeah,
he tracked his hands as soon as the receiver's hands
so he put his hands up.
Tracked it. It was great.
I think that was the one at Aguilar, right? The one that was on the top.
Yeah, on the sideline. Yeah, on the sideline. Yep.
It was almost near the end zone, right? Yeah.
Yeah. And that was the hard part, right? Like, because as a defensive back, you want, because of the rules nowadays, you want to try to turn your head. You want to make sure that you turn your head to potentially, not get that flag, but Jacorian Bennett on that deep ball down the far sideline did a great job of tracking the hands. As soon as he saw those hands extend and potentially come in, man, he came through with that hand. It was a beautiful play, but then you can't complain about that that batted pass that turned into a Spillane interception. It was huge. So yeah, again, I'm trying to get through the chats, guys, but let's talk about real quick. It almost felt like the calls were going our way for one time in a lifetime.
We got away. Yeah, we got away with a few things.
Because Severe, you bring up Amari Bernie's running into the punter and not a personal foul. I honestly thought, I'm like, that's a personal foul. You run into him. That's a personal foul. I mean, it felt like the calls were going our way for, again, one time in a lifetime.
Didn't I thought at some point, didn't they get rid of the running to the kicker? Like, it was like no matter what, they both was automatic first down. Didn't they try? Or is that in college?
No, I think what they did get rid
of,
like
1 year or something.
Maybe no. What they did get rid of, there used to be like, I want to say there used to be 2 face mask penalties. One was like a 5-yard, one was a 15-yarder.
I remember.
They made everything 15-yarder. But maybe they did do something like that. That does sound familiar.
I feel like like no matter what, it was like it may have been it may have been the 15 or the 15 or the 15 or the 5-yard, but it was an automatic first down. I think it was automatic first down. I think that's what it was.
Okay.
So I don't know.
Stu wants to pull up.
Hey.
I'm just seeing you now, man.
Let's go, Stu.
Okay, Stu, I'm gonna let you know. I'm new at this. Okay, so I'm gonna send you the link. Let me see if I can get you. I might be able to.
Yeah, you want me to send it to him? I can
send it to him real quick, Chris. Because again, Stu, man, I'm new at this. But chat, hey, we about to have.
Hold on, I might have to. Hold on, I'll probably. Hold on, give me a second. I'll come right back.
All right, Stu, if you're still in here, man, let us know. Because we're gonna try to get you in and pull up. Let you talk a little bit. Old school Raider. Once a Raider, always a Raider. Hold on, let me get Severe. Let me move this around a little bit. But as Chris kind of works that side out, Stu, he's gonna try to reach out to you. This is the thing, it was crazy. There were so many penalties. It's like the Divine Diablo late hit.
Yeah, man, I thought for sure that flag was coming.
I thought 100% that flag was coming. It was coming. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And there was even, but I mean, they got us back a little bit. There was that Trayvon Moehrig hit, which I think that was just stupid on Trayvon Moehrig. Like, I understand in the momentum of the game, it's hard, right? In the momentum of the game, as you're flying towards a big running back, you want to make sure that you can make an impact, because you got a 240-pound running back coming your way.
Man,
it's hard to lay up, and so that was the hard part. Sometimes you just don't throw that shoulder. You know what I'm saying? And so
it's one of those situations where you got to be smarter. Man, we've been much more disciplined, especially under and to give credit where credit is due, it's one of the few things he did. It kind of started under Josh McDaniels, where we started limiting the penalties, and then I think under AP, I think we that second stretch or the second half of the year, I think we were like the least penalized team in the league. So we kind of set that precedent starting last year, and it's kind of carried on to this year. But he has to be smart in that situation. Also, those pass interference calls with Devontae. I mean, I think those are. Like I said, if as a Raider fan, if that gets caught against us, I'm pissed. I'm pissed. But hey, like I'll take it. I will take it.
100%, right?
I will take it. But I was like, this is kind of, I don't know if this is a Tim Donahue situation. I don't care.
Real quick, we do got Stu backstage. I'm gonna pull him up real quick. Let's bring him to the building. Let's see if I can get. Let's see. Hold on. I'm gonna try to get full in the building real quick. Let's see.
Hold on real quick.
Stu, we're gonna try to pull you in real quick. Give me 1 second. We're gonna make it happen. All right. Let's see. Let me pull. I'm gonna pull myself.
But
Yo,
what up, Stu?
what's going on, guys?
What's going on?
Hell of a
brother?
game, man. Hell of a game.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
A phenomenal game.
Yes.
From start to finish, to go on the road against a very good Baltimore team and to be down by 10 and come back. I mean, it showed a lot of character. And what I loved was when the offense needed the defense stepped up. When defense needed the offense, maybe not in the first half, in the second half, offense stepped up. And then when the team needed special teams to come through, they stepped up. I mean, Carlson just
money.
He was a machine.
You know, I know last week, you know, he did miss that field goal, but I mean, the guy since 2020 has made more field goals than anybody in the whole NFL, you know, and second Tucker, and you saw Tucker missed the field goal. I think we only had 2 penalties for 15 yards compared to Baltimore 10 penalties for over 100 yards.
Yeah.
So I was a little worried at first when again, I'm not a big Lamar Jackson fan. I'm not.
No, I'm not either.
I have personal reasons. Bernard Pollard, who was a freshman when I was a senior safety, and Bernard Pollard and him had really Lamar Jackson with what Bernard Pollard said was just, if you're a receiver, why would you go to Baltimore, right? And then Lamar just completely I thought he was so unprofessional and just very, childish, and that made me lose a lot of respect for the guy. And I don't understand why. I mean, when are we going to be done blowing smoke up his ass? You know what I mean? I mean, they just sit there and at the beginning of the game when I'm listening to Tiki Barber, who I like Tiki. You know, I played against Tiki, but calling him a unicorn and calling him Lamarvelous. I'm going, thinking, dude, the narrative is we got to let Lamar Jackson, win this game or whatever. And we held Lamar to some things he hasn't done since his rookie year. You know what I mean? Holding him for under, what was the stat? I don't know if it was 0 touchdowns in the first half that we held. Here's the other thing. The last road games out of 8, we've lost 7. And Baltimore with Harbaugh, they
don't lose at home.
Home openers. I mean, a very
they don't lose. Yeah.
And I was very surprised at the challenges that Harbaugh. I don't know who his challenging guy is, but he needs to fire that motherfucker, because those challenges that Harbaugh did were complete. I mean, they were terrible.
Yeah, we saw it clear as day on the Jumbotron. Yeah,
absolutely. And here's the thing: I was very happy with everybody, but Miller and 77.
They are Mumford. Yeah.
And passing downs, those what the fuck, guys?
They're gonna get him killed, man. They're gonna get him killed back there.
Gardner was hit 10 times. There were 10 QB hits on Gardner. There were 2 on Lamar.
I mean, there's a play where they're coming down and there's a linebacker showing a blitz, and then you have 99?
Owe?
Yeah, on the outside.
Yeah, Whitehair and Miller both take the blitzer. They both take the blitzer.
Took the linebacker who's 6'2", 230 instead of the
right.
He didn't even look at the guy, and I'm like, what in the fuck? Thank God. 77 would have gave up another sack if Minshew doesn't get out of it and throw that amazing. You guys talked about game plays that made a difference. That where he got through and threw it to Bowers, who Bowers was on a go route, and he stuck his foot in the ground and came back made that catch to get down to the 1 yard line to score the touchdown. Right? But really, it should have been another sack. Thank God Minshew could run around.
Yeah.
But, I mean, and then on the flip side, defense played lights. I mean, Crosby he's unbelievable.
He really is. He really is.
Unbelievable. Spillane played great.
Yeah.
Last week, I said that one of the reasons we lost the game was because Diablo. I thought he did play better this week. He did. But our safeties, guys.
Yeah, that's what I want to know. What's your thoughts on the safeties?
Bad.
Yeah.
And again, people
Bad angles.
You're hard on safeties, but I want our safeties. But I'm just going off of what I see. And last week, missed tackles, which gave the running back, instead of as a safety, you make everybody right.
Yeah.
Right? 10-yard gain, cool. Let's line up and do it again.
Yeah.
But
he has to get down.
40 yards. You can't do that. And then tonight, Epps started off pretty good, but then he was missing tackles again. And then again, Morag, I don't know where he's at. We're playing 10 on 11, guys. Yeah. We're playing 10 on 11.
You think that bad?
That play where Henry gets out, and I'm sitting there counting, going 1,000, 2 1,000, and I'm like, "Where's Morag?" And then finally, Morag comes in and hits him late out of bounds. Like, what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it was a. And I'm thinking this: if you're gonna hit him, fucking make it worth it.
Right.
You know what I mean? Make it worth it. And he just kind of. And I'm going. First of all, you're late. We have a guard and tackle pulling. If you're reading the offensive line for run or pass, get down there and make a play. I don't know what he was doing. Then he finally comes in and does a late hit.
Yeah.
Then on top of that, I think that same series they ran the Wildcat with Henry. And Lamar Jackson's out here, and you have Epps and Morag sitting 5 yards deep in the end zone. Like, Henry's not going to throw it. He's getting juice. He's going to run it.
Right.
Down there. Yeah. And then on top of that, even when they saw it was run, we had everyone wrapped up. And Morag, go in and you take everyone's legs out. Just fucking break everyone's kneecaps. And he comes up like this, high. I don't understand why guys are going high. You saw 49 try to tackle Henry. Anyone that tries to tackle Henry high, it don't work.
No.
Well, we had some good one-on-one tackles against Lamar, and we had some good one-on-one tackles against Henry, and it was all because guys came down, they were low, wrapped up, dead in the water. I don't know why these guys go high so much. So I thought everyone played really well besides our two tackles in passing situations and then our safeties. Our safeties, right, our defense is really fucking good.
Yeah.
So how do you like
really good?
How do you like some of our younger safeties like Palomal or I guess he's the only one that really how you feel about him?
You saw him come in, right? He came in on that it was a 3rd and long, but you know what?
Yeah.
They threw the check down, he came up and made the tackle. You know, he made the play he was supposed to make. And I gotta believe that. I mean, how long are we gonna give Morag this pass? I mean,
this will probably be it because it's contract year for him. So
last week, again, that
contract year for both of them.
That interception would have been tough last week, yes, but you got to make those plays.
You got to make that play.
Yeah,
the guy won. I mean, he's a Jim Thorpe.
I said last week, man.
I mean, if I'm not mistaken, a 1st-round pick, wasn't he? Or
no, he's second round. People thought he was gonna be people thought it would be a 1st-round pick, but he ended up
early 2nd round, right?
Yeah.
Like
you traded up to get him.
You're in your 4th year, bud, and I haven't seen shit. I really haven't. I haven't.
Yeah, I want him to do well, but I just haven't seen it yet.
I thought Epps played really well, and again, Epps was always kind of a sure tackler. Last week, again, you minimize those. You make everyone in front of you right.
Yeah.
And
as a safety,
those tackles when we needed those guys to make those tackles, they didn't. And then you saw it tonight. I mean, fuck, dude. Like they didn't. They're a liability to me at this point.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey guys, I'm trying to figure out the four stages too. I appreciate you rolling through, man. I appreciate you pulling up. Well,
Chris, thanks for having me.
100%. Hey, I'm new at this, so you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm trying to get 4 people on the screen, so I'm going to pull myself off. But the chat's going live, man. The chat loves the fact that you're here. Everybody, go over to all the channels, Stu's channel, everybody's channel. Hit the like button wherever you're viewing from. Stu, are you going live from your channel?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not live.
Okay. So, but everybody, Stu, tell them your channel just so everybody that's on
it's over to you. I think it's just Stuart Swagger on YouTube. I think my Facebook is just Stuart Swagger, and my Instagram. What the fuck is my Instagram?
I'm telling you, I'm new just like it. And that's why I'm trying to figure all this out.
I mean, fuck, it don't matter. Who gives a shit? I don't care. I just
even so, everybody in the chat, if you guys got a question for Stu, hit that hashtag Raiders so I see it, and I'll put it up on the screen. You know, one question. We're all talking about just how the safeties work and all that stuff, but Stu, obviously there was a massive difference between the first half and second half, right? Especially offensive play. Defense was pretty consistent across the board. What were your thoughts on the changes between the first half offense versus the second half offense? Because they seem to still stay in the gun, right? There wasn't an overload of run versus not. What do you think the biggest changes were on the offensive side that allowed us to get to that 26-point threshold? Let us know.
Well, I do like the fact that Getsy said, you know what, we can't run right now, right? Yeah. We can't run. Fuck the run. Let's just pass. Let's pass. Devontae Adams is getting open. Bowers is getting open. They're struggling right now with the quick stuff. Do with what works. And here's the thing that I loved was Humphreys, number 44. We abused that motherfucker.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That was a conscious thought. Whoever 44 is on, throw it to him.
And that's crazy because he's their dog.
Yeah, he's their
dog.
Dude, we were beating that motherfucker up. And I loved it. I loved it, that drive. We didn't run it once. And then we got down to the and here's the other thing. That pass interference with number 21, and you know, the fans are saying bullshit and Harbaugh's all upset. I mean, the guy
hugged him. Yeah. I didn't understand it. I understand it.
Pass interference.
Yeah.
And then I love the play because here's the deal. You're passing, and you're thinking, they got to run it sometime, right? So we're on the 3-yard line. They run that fake toss, and Devontae acts like he's blocking.
Yeah, beautiful, right? Beautiful call. Yeah.
And really, that should have been pass interference too. And I made
he grabbed him.
I said, no wonder Baltimore's defense is so good. They're cheating. I said, if we could be back there holding motherfuckers like they are, we'd be number 1 defense all the time. I mean, I couldn't believe how much they grabbed and just
they were.
And again, I was so surprised at the challenges. I mean, that I don't know if it was late in the third or in the fourth. That catch that Devontae had was unfucking believable.
And the one on the sideline.
He got his held in. Yeah.
And I'm thinking.
But you know what though? But on the field, like on the jumbotron, it kind of looked like
his feet lifted up.
Yeah, it looked like his feet lifted up. So I ain't gonna lie, I thought it was gonna be overturned until they kept showing it. But it looked real close.
But Chris, listen, you're watching from the jumbotron. He's got motherfuckers
that can microscope. Yeah. Like that's literally your job.
They could have used that timeout. I mean,
yeah.
Shit.
Oh yeah.
Especially when we're running the clock out. That was surprising to me. And then again, I mean, just whatever our game plan was against Lamar Jackson as far as running, I mean, he wanted nothing to do with trying to run that ball at all. Yeah. And if you can make him throw to win the game, he's not going to do it. He's not. You know, and then again, the beginning of I'm not sitting here trying to bash Lamar Jackson, but I just don't understand how, again, before the game, Tiki Barber's going, last week against the Chiefs, he did everything to try to win, but didn't win. He didn't do everything because he could have completed those 2 passes at the end of the game.
Yeah.
So what are you talking about? It's amazing to me how the media pumps up some guys, then other guys just get no credit, get zero fucking credit. You know what I mean?
I mean, that's what everybody does, man. Everybody picks you, like everybody picks and chooses what they like. A perfect example, like they do it right now with Diablo. Like, oh, Spillane played amazing and Diablo played like not. He played a fine game outside of 2 missed tackles.
Diablo played much better than he did the week before.
He played fine. He played fine.
Yeah.
I saw Spillane get washed out on some run plays too, but nobody wants to talk about that because they have it in their mind that Spillane is the guy and that Diablo is not. So I can go pick through the film and show Spillane missed this coverage, he missed his assignment, he got washed out on this run, he took the wrong gap here, but like. Keep it even. Keep it even.
I will say this though, they kind of, on the one play to Flowers that scored the touchdown, they said, they kind of blamed it on Spillane, and to be honest with you, Spillane did read. It was clearly pass. Again, guys. I mean, I there's a coach, Kenny Green, when I was at Purdue, who I owe a lot of my success to. Taught me how to read runner pass. And, when I was with the Raiders, I was 22 yards deep in the middle of the field, and I'm still coming down making 2-3 yard tackles because I'm reading the line of scrimmage.
Yeah.
It's very easy, guys. These
Let's go, Stu.
Let's see it. I like it. Don't pull a hammy.
That's fucking pass. Now, you see this?
Thank you.
So,
nah.
That play where Spillane kind of came down and they scored a touchdown. Those guys are fucking pass. There's no reason to come. But here's the deal. We had 4 guys to one side of the field.
Yeah.
We had an upside tight end. Hobbs had him. And Epps, it's all about pre-snap reads, the formation. They should have pushed.
Yeah.
They should have pushed. And what that means is Epps should have went right away to the other side, and that's the interception.
Yeah.
It is. Because Lamar's not reading the backside safety. He's reading Moreg and Spillane. Well, they're pushing over here. That's the backside pick, but he's back there again. And I say this all the time, and RIP to Willie Brown, who was, one of the best ever.
One of the greats.
Epps is back there just killing grass.
Yeah.
So
he's not doing nothing.
Stu, quick question. So one of the things with Zay Flowers is he dedicates himself. The importance of him being able to get.
I want to make a comment. No. Whatever. Stu don't fuck with wasted in them anymore. Yeah, yes, I do.
Yeah. We're not about that, dude. Hey, those guys do.
I don't know where you're getting that from, but Wasted's a very close friend of mine, along with Doc. So that's completely false.
Yeah. No. Hey, they're. Don't get me wrong. They're great guys. I think this one. 100% with Graff and Wasted, man. We're all good. Was Zay Flowers, and when you brought up that specific play on that play action, or was Zay Flowers getting the end zone? Do you think we should have been a little more physical with them off the line, right? When you got fast receivers, right? They're going to get where they want to go a lot of the time, but we didn't really have anybody sitting in their face. That specific play, I would have wished that Spillane would have got a little more piece of him on that play because it was clearly a play action. Do you think we should have been a little more physical with Zay Flowers off the line throughout the game? Because if you watch the Kansas City game,
we're going through his notes.
I have the play right here. But
if you look at the Kansas City game and the way that the Ravens came out week 1, they established the fact that they want to hit Zay Flowers deep. They want to cross him on the field, but they also want to hit the screens. I was hoping that we would have had somebody in his face, rerouting him, jam at the line just to kind of delay that timing. And it really didn't look like we did a lot of it. So what's your take on that?
Well, on that play you're talking about, again, it was it was in the third quarter with 11:44 to go, second and goal. He was off the line of scrimmage, so you can't jam him.
That's true. Very true.
So
it's hard to jam him. Yeah.
Yeah.
But again, would you wish that Spillane would have been a little more physical when he crossed, when he passed him up? Because it looked like Spillane tried to put a little shoulder into him. But
I mean, at that point, it would have been pass interference.
With the new rules, maybe that would have been a tight threshold.
I mean, again, here's the thing though, is to be honest with you, that's not Spillane's play. It's not. That's fucking Epps' play from the backside.
Yeah.
I mean, again, Hobbs had the nub side tight end on that side, and everyone else is over here. So why in the fuck is Epps? Again, he's back there killing grass. He's not doing nothing.
Right.
That should be. And I talked to Rod Woodson about an hour ago, and because Rod Woodson does the actually radio play-by-play for the Baltimore Ravens, and obviously Rod Woodson, very close friend of mine. And he said, Stu, he goes, that's the problem. He said, there's no pre-snap communication going on.
Mm-hmm. On the defensive side?
Yes. Yeah. Yes. Like there should be talking. They should be going, okay, if you're trying to divulge the play as the play is happening,
it's too late.
Can't do it. You need to go, okay, down in distance, where they're at on the field, the personnel grouping, the situation, and all of a sudden you're eliminating plays, and all of a sudden you see three receivers with the back all set to the three receiver side.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to alert you to something.
100%.
And they should say, hey, listen, we're going to push. We're going to push. And as soon as he saw Henry go to that side, he should be coming over right now. And that's an interception or a knockout shot. That's really, I mean, was Spillane there? Yes, but that's not Spillane's play, because Spillane, he's worried about the run. He's worried about number 80 who's inside. Epps, he's got no one to look at. He's got no responsibility. He's a free player. And I remember when you're in the red zone and you're a free player, Rob Ryan said, you read that fucking quarterback and you just pick a side and go.
Yeah.
But I don't know what he was doing.
Yeah, that's the hard part is when it comes to when you're defense, and obviously Stu, you're defensive guy. You know what I'm saying? When you're as elite of a defensive squad like our Raiders are, we have a very good defense. Are those some of the things?
They were very good last year. They're very good. They're very good.
100%. Right. And this is the backbone of our team. Question is are those the type of things that you start to slack on a little bit? You just kind of expect other players to do their role so the communication falls off a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Like, because that's the hard part is when you get so used to a guy making the play, do you think that the communication is falling off a little bit because everybody expects it to happen?
Oh, hold on. I'm sorry. Forgive me. Say that again.
So because everybody is playing at a pretty elite level across the board, do you think the communication problem is more because everybody now trusts that the guy next to him is going to make the play, or because you still have to communicate, right? You have to read formations. Every week is different. But do you think that's part of it is that the lack of communication is because everybody's being comfortable that everybody's going to make the play?
As a defensive guy, you should never assume that the guy next to you or the guy in front of you knows what's going on. I mean, I remember
over-communicate.
I remember, I mean, cover 2 was the most basic play, but I would always look at Fabian or Nnamdi or Charles Woodson and just give me this so I know that we're on the same fucking page. Just so I know, right?
Yeah, just double check.
You should always given a symbol, or the linebacker should be tapping something just so I know that he knows I'm going to be inside here or whatever. You should never assume anything. I don't care how good anybody is. There should still always be that communication, and you just don't see it. You don't see it. You don't see the priest, and that's how guys like Rod Woodson and Charles Woodson and Ed Reed and these guys made so many plays. They made the play before the ball was even
before the snap.
100%.
Yeah.
The Troy Polamalu's, right? I mean, you knew it.
Yeah.
Again, you might get lucky during a play and make a play or whatever, but it's all about concepts and knowing, again, situations and through film watching. And here's the thing I would love, and I need to do it. I really need to do it, is go out there for a week and just sit back and just see how these guys watch film, how they practice, how the scout team runs routes, how the coaches treat it during the week. If a scout team guy does score, do they run that play back, or they just go right to the next play and go, oh no, you'll get that in the game? You know what I mean? Like,
you can't
can't
run it back too much, because that's what got the last coach fired.
What's that?
So they can't run it back too much. That's what got the last coach fired.
with what? Hold on. With what?
Oh, just the players didn't like the long practices and being overcorrected and you know, that was.
Are you serious?
Stu, it's Stu. It's the soft nation now. You know, it's the soft.
They're soft. Yeah.
That was a complaint.
I'm telling you this. As far as football goes, practices. I mean, you literally. I wouldn't say that you technically win the game during the week of preparation, but you kind of do. It's pretty 50-50, man.
Like, it's almost like 75-25.
Yeah, like you need like I remember this, like that scout team, you need to give us a good fucking look. You know what I mean? Yes. Like, and here's the deal. And it's up to the coaches to pick the plays that they think they're going to run against us, right? And if you have a scout team that's, you know, oh, well, you knew it was going to be a post, so I ran a fucking 7 routes. Like, no, motherfucker, I need to see that and envision myself making that fucking play.
Yeah.
So practice, like, I knew this. For me, practice, I put myself under duress. So what I mean by that is I wore sweat stuff, long sleeves. I would make myself tired at practice and make practice tough. So when the game came,
it seems easier.
A little bit easier.
That's what the great coaches said.
I think that's what John Wooden said. But that's up to the coaches to dictate that.
Yeah.
If you don't have guys out there, like, listen, if we have 10 plays of scout offense during Skelly, and some coaches, they just want to get through those, like, just as fast as we can, let's get through it. No. If we didn't make that play, run it back so we can see it and do it again. I mean, here's the deal, guys. That's our job.
Exactly.
We got nowhere else to fucking go.
Yeah.
So what's the rush? What is the rush to get out of there and do what?
Yeah.
Like, no, let's make sure that we got it and we understand that, no, that's the wrong fucking gap, or that's the wrong coverage, or that's the wrong call. There's no reason to fucking run through it. Like, I always hated that. I'm like, no. Run it back.
Yeah.
And let's make sure we know what the fuck we're supposed to do.
Thank you.
Now, was Rob Ryan good at that back in your day? Like, he didn't let you guys like bullshit around. Was he one of those coaches that was like, no, we're staying here till we get it together, till we figure it out?
Well, here was the other thing about Rob Ryan is he as players and leaders, he let us kind of run practice, because he knew that, hey, if these guys need to run this play back again, then they need to run the play back again. Now, if he saw something and said, hey, let's run it back, we'll do it. But we had such great,
good leaders. Yeah, you had leaders on that team.
Like, he didn't, I don't want to say he didn't fuck with us, but if the players,
he did. He did.
If the players thought we needed to run that play again, run it again. I mean, I was very fortunate. I mean, you had Rob Ryan, you had Chuck Pagano, who was my DB coach who was a great fucking coach, and played with a lot of great players. Warren Sapp and Ted Washington and Bobby Hamilton and Nnamdi and Gerard Cooper and Charles Woodson and Derek Burgess. And I mean, the list goes on and on and on. And we monitored we made sure that we knew what the fuck was going on.
Yeah.
I mean, that was one thing that I was really blessed to have those guys as a rookie, like Warren Sapp, who has one of the highest football IQs I've ever been around. And I knew if I didn't know my shit, he'd go to Rob Ryan and say, listen,
get him off the field.
Yeah, he ain't fucking up my shit. He don't know what the fuck he's doing.
Yeah.
Stuart, I got a question. We got a
Kirk
couple
Morrison,
people.
Thomas Howard, R.I.P.
Kirk Morrison,
great
man.
players.
Man, Kirk Morrison was a bad man. Yeah.
There's a couple people with questions. I have a question because you talked about practice squad, right? A lot of people don't appreciate what the practice squad players do, right? And when you talk about this defense was going to go against Lamar Jackson, and you're trying to implement what Lamar Jackson does during practice. So what are some of the things that you guys did or what the defense had to see out of the practice squad? How do you implement a guy that has such a unique skill set like Lamar Jackson?
But a receiver
off the run, right? Like, how do you adjust? How does the practice squad adjust to try to prepare the starting defense to face a guy like Lamar Jackson?
For instance, my rookie year, my actually first start of my career, was down in Atlanta against Michael Vick.
Yeah.
And there would be we would have a period where it was Michael Vick passing. So we'd have our best, because Michael Vick, if he just did a little,
he flicked it. He flicked it.
That bitch is 70 yards on a rope.
100%.
So Michael Vick passing, we'd have our best, strongest arm passer. Now Michael Vick running, we'd have
Carlos Francis or something.
I was about to say because me and Carlos came out together. Carlos Francis ran the fastest combine time in the 04
just so you
combine.
Know, Samir's got a crazy memory, so
his memory is crazy.
That's pretty good. But yeah, no. So here's Carlos, and during that we're obviously it's not going to be completely right, because when you see Carlos Francis in, it's going to be a run, and when you pass. But that's all you can really do. You know what I mean? So you try to give the best look. And here's the deal: the scout team and I know this when we were when the offense, it was offense's time. I would go on scout team and play their best safety to give them the best look I could. For one, every rep I can get is going to make me better.
100%.
Number two, I'm going to give that offense the best look I can. So maybe on Sunday, it might be a little bit easier. Maybe that safety isn't as disciplined as I am.
Yeah.
So scout team and practice, it's so important. And that's the thing. I don't know if these guys, I don't know if they realize. And again, I wouldn't know that unless I went and I need to do it. I keep saying it, but I need to go for a week and just sit and just watch.
That'd be legendary.
You know what I mean? Just see the questions. Because here's the thing. I say this: the measure of someone's intelligence isn't the answers they give; it's the questions they ask.
Yes,
and
100%.
Sit there and to hear some of these guys' questions, that can really tell you if one, they're engaged, if they know what the fuck's going on, and if they're a leader, right?
Yeah.
Because here's what makes me nervous. When I see a defense that's quiet and not talking, to me, that means two things. It either means one, they're tired and they're just trying to catch their breath, right?
Yeah.
Or number two, they don't know what the fuck's going on, right? Because if you don't know what's going on, you're not going to say shit.
What are you going to say? Yeah. What are you going to communicate?
But if you have a defense that's out there and they're talking and, hey, check this Y off, watch the under, check the boot, and you might just be throwing out anything, right? Just making up shit. And also the quarterback's like, oh, shit, timeout. and they burn a timeout on some
Yeah.
shit. That can come into play, as you saw today, right?
Yeah.
You need those timeouts when it comes down.
Yeah.
But if you're just quiet sitting there, it's not good. It's not good. And I just, it's very rare that I see, just signals or whatnot. And again, I'm not going to sit here and act like, what we did was perfect or not. I mean, but we had some pretty good defenses and we played pretty well. And when we played really good, it was when we were talking.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We were active.
Yeah.
Like when someone gets quiet, it makes me nervous. Hey, I need to hear you. Hey, check in with me. Make sure
thanks.
Even if it's cover 2, just let me know that it's at.
And communication is key, but also trust is key. I think if you go back to Antonio Pierce in the offseason when they actually did that offseason training camp where they went off for 17 days and they had that the last couple of days on the beach and kind of messed around and allowed the team to kind of create that camaraderie. I think it was huge. I think it was one of the things that the Raiders haven't done in quite a while.
Yeah.
One of my things.
That's good. I mean, people say as professionals, you don't have to like the people you work with, but
right.
You got to want to play for the guy. I mean, there's got to be
some trust.
There does. I mean, you have to go. I don't want to let these motherfuckers down.
Yes.
So I'm going to make sure that I'm going to know what the fuck I'm doing, because you know what? Everyone misses tackles. Everyone, gets a ball caught on them. But if you're not playing hard and you're not where you're supposed to be, that's a concern, right?
So Stu, let me ask you a question, because when you bring that up, right, this game, when you played with the Raiders, this game is becoming just crazy physical with just how big these guys are. Do you think that is?
Whoa! Hold on. You might want to rephrase that.
Okay.
You said this game is becoming physical.
No, just it's becoming just Well, okay, I'm with you.
The guys are bigger, stronger, faster.
It's not that it's more physical. It's just
I'd say bigger, stronger, and softer.
Right. Yeah.
I'm with you.
They look great, but they ain't trying to do nothing.
No, I'm with you. But when you talk about the trust factor and all that stuff.
But sorry. Go ahead.
That's true. You can't nowadays.
Yeah. You talk about all the concussions and guys going through injuries. Like you got Tyree Wilson, right? He's ailing an injury from last year. Okay, and then all of a sudden he's not playing this year. The biggest question is how soft are these guys getting nowadays, right? Like back in the day now, and the reason why I say it's like physical is the fact that like you got guys that are 6'7". These offensive linemen do not look like they were back in the 80s. You know what I'm saying? But
you're absolutely right. The size and speed and athleticism of these guys, it's fucking crazy.
Yeah. So do
it really is.
So for them trying to, do you think that some of these players nowadays are just trying to pay more attention to their bodies and they're basically saying, look, I'm going to sit another 3 games or I'm going to sit another 4 games.
Yes.
Because I want to take care of myself.
Absolutely.
Because because we have you on here, man, and it's your first time pulling up. I appreciate you. And for everybody that's we have hundreds of people in this live right now. What's your thoughts on Tyree? Let's just hear it. I want to hear it. You know what I'm saying? Because it's so. I don't even know where the injury happened last week. But at the end of the day, he had this could have been a game that he could have helped if at a minimum depth, because we're going to chase Lamar Jackson around. We need guys because that defense started to look a little gassed towards the second half. I mean, what's your thoughts on Tyree? Where is he at right now?
So let me go back to what you were saying about, players not coming back until they know that they are fully
100%. Yeah.
100%. So for me, I prided myself on being a guy that I didn't miss games, right? I missed one game in high school, one game in college, and one game in the and did it hurt my career overall? Probably. Should I have been able to maybe slow down a little bit? But I didn't have I say this, that 5% of the NFL makes 95% of the money. Okay.
Yeah.
So
true. Very true.
There's 150 players that everybody knows, right? Maybe 100 players. Those guys have job security.
Yeah.
For the rest of us,
yes.
And there's a lot of really good players. For the rest of us, it's really week to week. So for me, I knew I was getting concussions because I'd get deja vu, right? And I had a signal to Kirk Morrison where I tapped my leg, and he would hold me up in the huddle so that I wasn't doing this, and I would get stars in my eyes, and I could make tackles. I mean, if the ball would come in, I probably couldn't see it, but there's no way in hell I'm going to go out because I'm out that game. Plus, I'm probably out the next week, and during that time, a guy could come in and take
your spot.
Plus,
exactly.
Plus,
you
work so hard during the year for 16 opportunities, 16 days out of 365 days to show what you can do. And that's why you play, right?
Exactly.
To play in the game. So some of these guys that I'm thinking, you go through all that work and don't want to play in the game. What the fuck are you doing?
Reminds me of somebody.
You know what I'm saying? But now it's a little more accepted now, right? Back in the day, it was like, this guy's not playing again. Like, what the fuck, man?
Oh, man,
so Stu, like, honestly, 100%. We got you say so much. I have so many questions, but what's your thoughts on Tommy Eichenberg's situation right now? Because severe.
No. Hold on. Let's go back. No, I just answered the first question. Back to Wilson, right? Or number 9.
Okay. Yeah.
Wilson. Yeah, Tyree.
I thought when we drafted him, I said he's a D tackle. Okay, he's not a defensive end. Reminding me of Tommy Kelly, and I thought the end of last year when he was playing, I thought he played pretty well. I thought he was the guy that I thought he was going to be. But we knew before we drafted him he had a foot injury or whatever the fuck it was, right? Wasn't a foot something? Is that what's coming back now again?
No. But as a guy that played in the league, you kind of know that when you're playing with an injury, you start to compensate in other areas.
No, you do. Absolutely, you do.
And that could lead to other injuries. So it could be a situation where
you do
that foot injury, that was the triggering or the tipping point to lead to the.
So when did he get hurt then this season?
Game one.
Game one. So he went out at halftime.
He was actually in the game. I didn't
against the Chargers.
Yeah, he was actually in.
He had 6 snaps. He had 6 snaps.
And then what happened?
I don't even know.
They're not saying.
Yeah, I don't know.
I think it was knee. They said knee, right?
Yeah, it's a knee injury.
And when Antonio Pierce came out to the presser, a beat writer asked him about Tyree, and his instant answer was, "He's not good, and it doesn't look good."
Yes, because it might have. Was it non-contact? I don't even remember the play when he got hurt.
If it's non-contact,
that's always bad. But that's the thing I said when we drafted Tyree, and part of that is because I was mad we didn't take Jalen Carter. But the other thing is like big people with foot problems, it doesn't go well.
It never works.
It doesn't go well. If you start having issues in your foot, and you're that big, and you need to make explosive movements. And a lot of that comes from your feet. Like, that's not a good thing. So
that is one of the problems with guys getting so big and so fast. Their joint can't keep up with it.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm like? Your body. Yep. I mean, there's a certain point where the physics of it don't work. And I don't know what his track record was at Texas Tech, but it's like some of these guys, it's like, before we draft this guy and give him, all this money and take up a spot, that when you're a first round pick, especially that high, we need you to be a player for us right away. Like, we need you.
Yeah.
And if you're just going off of maybe one season, you can't do that, man.
Yeah.
You can't.
Yeah.
And the fact that we drafted him while he was on injury, that's a bad. I wouldn't do it.
And that's our history.
What are we doing? Exactly.
That's our history. I mean, look at
JPJ.
JPJ. Look at JPJ right now. JPJ had concussion history. He fell in the draft because of injury, and all of a sudden he had a non-contact concussion injury in the offseason. I mean, that's the hard part. And then look at where our offensive line situation's at. And so, real quick, it's actually a pretty good question is, Antonio Pierce talks about identity. And Stu, what's your thoughts? He talks about ill intent. He talks about, everything that we hear about Antonio Pierce is about basically we're going to smack you in the mouth. He's a linebacker. He's a damn good linebacker, Super Bowl winning linebacker. So he understands it. It's a little interesting. Our defense is solid. Don't get me wrong, but it's a little interesting that we're not smacking some people in the mouth on the offensive side. Do you think that we may not see that this season? Do you think we're just trying to play it to what we think our strengths are?
So I actually played with Antonio Pierce in 2008 when I was with the Giants for a little bit.
Oh, nice. I didn't know that. Nice.
I know that either.
When he got the hire, I was very happy because he's a blue collar guy.
Mm-hmm.
He's a guy that
undrafted free agent.
But he was also, if I'm not mistaken, he was a walk-on in college, I think.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I think. I'm not sure, but I have that. But then, so he's the guy that knows what it takes to make it and to be first of all, to be a free agent and to have a 10, 11-year career and win a Super Bowl. It's like Chris Carr. It's unheard of. I mean, it's unheard of. So he knows what it takes. He wasn't some guy that could show up and just got all the benefit of the doubts, right? We talk about this, right? Some guys just get the benefit of the doubt. Some guys don't. As a free agent, you have maybe one time to make a play, and if you don't make that play, you might be gone, right? Mm-hmm. So one thing I liked was he knows football players, and I think we have football players on our team. And people say, well, what do you mean football players? Guys that fuck their 40, fuck their height, fuck their vertical jump, fuck this. When you put the film on, they make plays. And those are the guys I don't give a fuck how fast the dude is, how big a guy is, how good he looks in his underwear. Because trust me, guys, there are guys. I remember my rookie year. I got drafted on Saturday. I fly out to Oakland on Thursday, and we're doing a team mini camp. It's not rookie; it's everybody, right? So right away, you're squaring guys up. You're looking at dudes and you're sizing motherfuckers up, right? And I just remember there were some guys fucking. There was a guy, Travion Smith. I mean, I'm thinking, and he's in there in the locker room talking about how he's this and that. So I'm going, okay, I'm gonna. He might be a motherfucker, right? Go out to practice.
Off on that field.
You go out to practice, disappears.
Like, this dude sucks.
Disappears. And then other dudes, you see him and you're like, that's him? Like, and he's just sitting there, kind of has a gut a little bit, he's just hanging out. And
he's a linebacker, wasn't he?
Travion, yes, he was.
He was a linebacker, right? Yeah.
Yes, he was.
I think I remember. He was around for a little while too.
He was, but again, 6'6", probably 6'5", 6'6", probably 255.
Did he go to Oklahoma? Is that the one that went to Oklahoma?
You know what? He sounded, now remembering, he sounded country, so maybe Oklahoma. I mean, again,
sounded country. I love it. I love it.
First practice, I didn't listen to one fucking thing he said ever again.
I think AP was a JUCO guy. I think
He
I remember.
was. Yeah, he was.
I remember
He was a
talking about
JUCO
it.
guy.
I think I remember talking about because I think he went to Mount Sac, and if anybody that plays ball in anybody is in California, they know Mount Sac. That's where like a lot of our track meets are held.
Oh, no,
like,
the Mount Sac relays.
Yeah.
Yeah,
exactly.
my wife ran track at Purdue, and she ran out there.
Okay. Oh yeah. So you know about Mount Sac then. So yeah.
Yep. Oh yeah.
So hey.
So again, so why was I talking about that? What was your question?
Oh, so okay. I guess I started out with kind of
the identity question. Do we have an identity?
Yeah, just AP is he always talks about ill intent and he wants to just smack somebody in the mouth because as a defensive coach, as a defensive player, right? You want to see our ability to go and just smack somebody in the mouth, control the tempo, control what we want to control.
Here's the thing.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm coming from a different perspective because the rules nowadays really regulate how
physical you can be.
My era, the 06 to 12 was kind of the last kind of era where you could really hit motherfuckers. Yeah. You know,
very true.
You gotta be careful. You can't hit a guy if he's not looking, if he's on the sideline or if a guy's wrapped up.
Yeah,
and the whistle has blown.
Yeah, it can't come for the kill shot.
Like for us, it was if you didn't hear the whistle, motherfucker, you are.
It's lights out.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Hell yeah! And you got your buddy wrapping him up, so you're coming in fucking.
Got that kill shot on him. Yeah,
down in that motherfucker, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why all these quarterbacks are breaking these passing records and receivers because they can go across the middle, and as long as they ain't looking, you can't hit them.
Can't touch them.
You can't touch them. Can't touch them, right? Or just like again, back in my day when you were on the sideline. That was when you were tested as a man. When that motherfucking running back or that ball carrier is on that sideline, because he's not going out of bounds.
Yeah, yeah, right.
There's nowhere to go between. It's you're coming at him and he's gonna go through you. So you got to pick something real quick.
That's the hardest part. Is this is the part, and I'm kind of going off kilter a little bit. Is you see like a Lamar Jackson. I don't know if I saw it last weekend. There was a quarterback that was going out of bounds, and then he actually went and lowered his shoulder on a defensive player. And I'm just sitting there going,
it was him. It was him.
Was it Lamar? Him. I think it was Lamar against Kansas City. Yeah.
Thursday.
Where he went lateral. He was legitimately going out of bounds, and then he lowered his shoulder into the defensive player. And I'm sitting there going, no, like that's crazy.
What can the defensive player do?
They know that. They know that, right? Or where they kind of do the fake slide and because I think fuckhead from Buffalo Bills does that shit where he's going to slide and then he keeps.
Oh yeah, Josh Allen.
Yeah.
Or who is that guy?
That college quarterback.
Yeah, who's the guy that pulled out of college?
I can't stand that guy. He was a rookie. Yeah. Was he a rookie last year?
He was a rookie last year. Well,
was it pulling the college?
Was it Hal? Was it Hal? Sam? No, not Hal.
No.
I know you're talking about that. Oh, yeah.
It was a guy.
But here's the other thing. When I talk about Tiki Barber and them just Lamar doesn't get the credit he deserves. And I'm thinking, fuck, man. I mean, you guys talk about him like the fucking to the end of the world or whatever. And then when that play where Diablo, he was still in bounds. He was still in bounds. Pushed him, and he goes, "Oh, he doesn't get the same calls other quarterbacks get." And they treat him like a running back. I'm like, listen, here's the deal. When you're in that pocket, you have protection as a quarterback. There's rules that guys, when you tuck that ball and run, you're
running. You're a runner.
You're running. You're a runner.
Your ass is about to get your fucking ass smacked.
You better strap your ass up.
Exactly.
We're going to touch you.
And that's why I'm going.
Unless you're Patrick Mahomes, then.
You can't touch him.
But even Mahomes, I mean, that play with fucking number 0. The linebacker from Baltimore last week.
Roquan.
He was 2 yards out of bounds. That was a stupid fucking play.
That was dumb.
That was bad. That's stupid.
Yeah, that was stupid. 100%.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That was a sentiment.
Lamar was. Here's the deal. He started run your ass out the fucking bounds. He slows down while he's. hit that motherfucker.
Exactly. And then, so that was one of my things is when it comes to Lamar, right? You look at Lamar and we won. So I'm not going to beat this drum, but he lost some weight. He wanted to get a little bit faster. My thing was tat his ass up, beat him up every chance you had. You know, Christian Wilkins last game against the Chargers, what I love to see about him is that he just antagonized the crap out of people. You know, even if the snap happened and the flag, the whistle was blown, he would just jab you. He would just he would antagonize the crap out of you, and I loved it.
Yeah,
guys, listen. In the NFL, if I want, here's the thing: I want my quarterback to throw the ball, right?
Okay, yeah.
And I want my running backs to run the ball.
Kind of basic,
right?
Mm-hmm.
So when you ask your quarterback to run it, he's running backs are built. They're used to taking hits and moves and this and that, right? I'm not going to ask my running back to throw the ball. So why the fuck am I going to ask my quarterback to run it? Now I get 100%. It. There's a breakdown. You can scramble and do this, but like the design, it's not going to work. He gets worn out at the end of every year. He's going to fumble like he did in week 1, right? Because he's not used to carrying that motherfucker. So I'm thinking, if I want someone to run the ball, I'm going to hand it to my 5'10", 235-pound fucking running back, or forgive me, 6'3", 235-pound Travis Henry. I'm not going to fucking let Lamar run around because in the NFL, guys are too fast. In college, you can get away with that shit.
So, Stu, let me ask you this question. Let me ask you this question because, again, I'm telling you, like you bring up so many points that I want to ask more questions. And just so you know, in our chat, I said, guys, if you have a question, hit #Raiders. I'll bring it up. We'll try to ask you a question. But because we have Stu on, I apologize. I'm not getting to all the questions. But Stu, you basically say,
hey, can't get right. Thanks, bro. Can't get right. It's good.
Yeah. Let me ask you, because you say you want your quarterback to throw the ball, you want your quarterback to or your running backs to run the ball.
Yeah.
100% agree. But as a defender, how much harder is it to defend a quarterback that can actually take off like today in today's game, right? You say you played, you faced Michael Vick. I mean, everybody now in today's game is always talking about the dual threat quarterback. You got Jaden Daniels coming out of college football, Caleb Williams, everybody's like, wait a second. I don't want the pure passer, right? We have Aiden O'Connell sitting behind Minshew.
Don't get him started. Don't get him started on Aiden.
No.
Don't get him started. Don't get him started.
But look, though. But like, because you're a Purdue guy, so I love you to death. You know what I'm saying? I love it. But this is my thing, though, is we've had so many years of a pocket pass quarterbacks, you know what I'm saying, sitting in the pocket. But everybody nowadays, you look at
before you even finish.
Okay.
Let me just add, when did Baltimore win the last Super Bowl? They won a Super Bowl, right? How many years ago was that?
2002? 2000.
No.
They won. They won with Flacco.
11.
It was with Flacco.
It was a Flacco.
Not in 2 though. No,
that was like 2014.
Yeah, that was.
Wasn't it? 20.
Was it?
Yeah, it was like
recent.
It's the 49ers.
It was around there.
Oh yeah. Sorry.
It was a Harbaugh.
So again, let me add. So who was the quarterback? You just
Joe Flacco.
Okay. So
can Flacco run? Can Purdy run?
Purdy can run.
Let's see. Who's the fuck for the Jets now?
Rodgers
can.
He can
run much anymore. He can.
I'm 100% with you.
He needs to. Was Breeze a mobile quarterback? Little bit, but
so
when's the last time a dual threat quarterback's ever won the
100% agree with you. And there's a big difference.
Mahomes won 3 of the last 4.
He's only mobile when he needs to be mobile.
Exactly.
That's the point. That's the point.
There's a difference between like mobile. And there's a difference between pocket presence and understanding just kind of how to move as a quarterback.
Ain't gonna make it.
So, but here's my question though, is you look at a guy like Anthony Richardson, right? I'm a Florida
They get hurt.
fan.
They get hurt. They will get hurt.
But I'm a Florida fan, so I watched him all his college career, the whole minimal games that he played. And I don't think he's going to be very good in the NFL.
One of my favorite Florida CJ Leak.
Oh, yeah.
Chris Leak.
Chris Leak?
Chris Leak.
His brother was CJ, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Chris Leak, he was solid.
Chris Leak was a bad one.
Chris Leak was like 5'3".
Yeah, he was. He wasn't a big human being, but he could throw the ball.
Hey,
he could throw.
But what's your thoughts nowadays?
Speaking of Florida,
okay,
your boy.
I know.
I mean, that's a fucking mobile. I mean, running quarterback. What happened to him in the NFL?
I know. With Tebow, you talking about Tebow?
Tebow couldn't pass.
Yeah, Tebow just had the slowest throwing motion in the world.
You know what I'm saying? It doesn't work in the NFL, guys. It doesn't fucking work.
But I understand that. I don't disagree. But my question is that you got guys like why would the Colts pull the trigger on Anthony Richardson? Because of just how athletic he is. And how difficult is it as a defensive player?
Because
to prep for
these front office people and these GMs, they get caught up in the hype.
Yeah,
they don't know how to scout talent. They don't know how to pick football players that fit into their system. They look and going, I don't want to pass this guy up and maybe be later on going, oh, look at the Colts pass this guy up and now he's this.
Yeah, FOMO. Yeah.
Listen, if the guy doesn't fit into your system, I've never believed in the take the next best pick. No, I want the next best pick that's right for my fucking team is what I want.
Yeah.
So again, you look at a guy like Richardson, right? Is it Richardson?
Yeah, Anthony Richardson. Yeah.
I mean, he had one year, pretty much.
Not even a good year. He had good highlights.
Yeah.
And his low lights.
They get all excited about 6'5".
Yeah. The measurables. The measurables.
Who gives a fuck? Can he be a quarterback? But these GMs, I don't understand how these guys get hired. I really don't.
But honestly, that's kind of how Al Davis made a living, though. Going by measurables. So if you think about it,
yeah, but at the right positions, though.
Yeah. Okay.
Right?
I got you.
He went by speed with DBs and fucking receivers until Marcus Russell, and he loved his arm. Other than that, when speed comes through. He's drafting fucking quarterbacks, so he's not.
That's true. That's a good point.
You're saying that, yeah, but it was by certain position. Yeah, did he draft what fucking Quadri Ismail or the Rocket, whatever the fuck?
Raheem Ismail.
Yeah,
these guys, yeah. But
remember Bruce Campbell, that lineman. He was so terrible.
From Maryland.
Out of Maryland.
Yeah, but he just looked like a daggone action
and he
figure.
He ran like a 4.8, 4.7, 40 at the time.
Yeah.
And here's the deal, guys. The combine only matters to guys it matters to.
Yes, I agree.
You know what I'm saying? It does not predict how you're going to be as a football player.
Yep. I agree so much.
Your size and your speed does not mean shit to how good of a football player you are. Yeah. It doesn't. Because there's so many guys that you would think when you you look at them. I mean, look at Jerry fucking Rice. He came from Mississippi Valley.
I mean, look at
4.9 probably.
Yeah.
Look at Puka Nacua. No one thought Puka Nacua was going to be anything, but he ended up being one of the best receivers last year.
And then the other thing that always drives me nuts with these GMs and these. The front office people is they want to take a guy that's in this position and move him to another position.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why? Like taking a defensive end that's a rush defensive end and turning him to a
outside linebacker.
Yeah. It's like you're telling me in college there's not an outside linebacker that can actually do what you want him to do. But they all want to be the fucking guy that, oh, see, I no one knew what I was doing, but see, it's like, I'm going with the sure shot, man.
So, okay. So again, Stu, you're pumped in questions.
I'm gonna say this, guys. I'm going to say this. What the fuck do I know? I am just some fucking guy in my basement, dude.
No, bro. Like, we're going to ask you these questions.
I don't know
Stu,
shit. I couldn't get hired.
We're asking these questions.
I couldn't fucking, so I don't know a goddamn thing. I'm just telling you guys. Don't listen to a fucking word I say.
Okay, but we're going to listen right now because I got to ask you a question. You ready for this? So we talked yesterday about our kind of prep for the Ravens game because you got guys like Zay Flowers, you got guys like Lamar Jackson that can take off for runs. You want some athleticism across the board in the defense. And there's this trend of converting safeties to linebackers. Divine Diablo is one of them.
Doesn't work.
Right. And so my question is,
and that's why,
what's your feeling on that?
That's why I don't want to be too hard on Diablo because he's playing out of position. To ask a guy that
yes, exactly. I'm with you.
At Virginia Tech, right? He's a safety at Virginia Tech. To take a safety and then put him at middle linebacker, dude. To be a middle linebacker,
crazy different.
You're taking on tackles and guards and fucking. I mean, that's a bitch. That is not an easy transition to move up like that.
Yeah.
So again, I'm thinking this. If you want a middle linebacker, go out and draft a fucking middle linebacker.
Yeah.
So if we Jeff
put him back at linebacker and let him lose 15 pounds, put him back at safety.
So I guess my
only question more like, well, I know that goddamn much.
So my only question that, and I think Isaiah Pola-Mao could be a good answer to this, but
absolutely,
I'm asking you this.
Dude, I remember 2 years ago. I'm thinking I wanted us to draft them.
Yes, yeah.
And we pick him up as a free fucking agent. No one picks him up. Guy who's 6'4", 215, runs a 4.4, and has the bloodlines of the fucking Palomulus. Like, what the fuck?
Okay, so let me ask you, what about who was the guy? I want to say 10 years ago, maybe Obi
Melifonwu out of Connecticut.
Yeah, he was a guy.
Obi Trice?
No, Obi Melifonwu. That's from
Obi Trice. God damn it! No, like to me, like that's my question. Is like,
I'm listening.
Yeah, no, I feel you. That's my question. Is like, because you have this new generation of tight ends, these guys that are the Travis Kelce's, even Isaiah Likely's, right? I mean, these guys that are. How do you match up linebackers with these guys?
Listen, tight ends are the difference makers.
They are.
It's honestly to
be
honest,
Brock Bowers.
This is tight end's actually my favorite position, and I don't know if it was because I played against them, but I love like big, physical, athletic tight ends, man. They are fucking crucial in the red zone and on third downs, man. They are especially ones that can. And again, I talked about this 12 personnel. That formation, when we ran 12 personnel today or yesterday, whatever time it is now, that was our best formation because think about it. You have Meyer, whatever his fucking name
Mayer,
is.
yeah.
And then you have Bauer, and then you have Jacoby Meyer and Devontae Adams. What the fuck? I mean, do you really have 4 DBs that can guard these fucking guys? Not only this, you can run it, they can block, you can pass protect, you can your whole playbook is open.
Yeah.
So
that's what I'm saying.
Tight ends are fucking like these guys really are the difference makers. I mean, they remind me a lot of a safety because as a tight end, you need to block like a lineman, and you need to catch and run routes like a receiver. A safety needs to run, fill, and tackle like a linebacker and cover and intercept like a cornerback.
Yeah.
So it's very similar because you're playing basically 2 positions. Yeah. And if you have guys that can fucking ball out, which we do, that's tough, man. That's
so
tough.
That's why for me, I thought that Michael Mayer was going to have a really standout season because he was one of the better tight ends coming out of college last year. And now that we drafted Brock Bowers, you have Devonta Adams, you have Jacoby Myers, Brock Bowers. You have to account for the running backs coming out of the backfield.
Number 11. What's
Tucker?
Tucker. Yep.
Tucker, right? Like now Michael Mayer is like the fifth guy you have to account for.
Yeah, he's kind of hasn't really done shit, really.
He hasn't, but is it by design?
84 is in the fucking game. Who the fuck is this guy?
Harrison
Get
Bryant.
him the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
So, Harrison Bryant?
Yeah.
Harrison Bryant,
so, and that's the hard part is like you bring in, okay, man,
Mayer had one target.
Yeah, you're making us go into tangents because
something's going on with Mayer that he's not.
But check this out though.
There's something going on in practice that he's not picking up something.
But here's the thing though, is that we had Michael Mayer as we traded up for him last year in the second round.
I know. I didn't like it.
Yeah. But he was touted as one of the better tight end pass catchers out of last year. And then we pick up Harrison Bryant in the offseason prior to the draft. Right.
That's 84.
Yeah. So Harrison Bryant was the Mackey Award winner in college football when he came out of college. Yeah. And so
84 was?
Yeah, he was.
Where's he from?
He's from is he Florida Atlantic? He was with
I think it was Florida Atlantic.
I think it was Florida Atlantic. He was with
the Mackey Award.
2 years before.
2 years ago.
4 years ago.
3 years ago because because then he
3 years ago. I mean, Bauer
3 years
won
ago.
The last 2 years. So.
Yeah, it's 4 years ago. I want to say it was 4 years ago.
And forgive me, I'm not talking shit about the kid.
No. But here's my thing though.
Jesus
is that
Christ.
No, I'm with you. But here's my thing though.
We have fucking. I mean that's
like,
3 fucking bad motherfuckers. Then
exactly. Like that's the crazy part is that we have Harrison Bryant that was the Mackey Award winner, and then he went to the Cleveland Browns, and the Cleveland Browns has Njoku, which is the stud tight end over there. So he came over here prior to the draft thinking I'm going to be the number 2 battling for the number 1.
What round pick was he for the Cleveland Browns?
Ooh, I don't know.
Harrison Bryant? Let me see.
Yeah, that I don't know.
As a Mackey Award winner, you would think he'd be somewhat high, but
you would think so.
But
he was a late round guy, I believe.
But again, I mean, Morag won the Jim Thorpe Award, and
yeah, exactly.
Yeah. But I guess my thing is that as time goes on, right, and we now have Brock Bowers, Michael Mayer, Harrison Bryant. We need to be able to expose these defenses.
I'd run 13 personnel. I'd run
right.
They ran some. They ran some.
And Devontae Adams.
Yeah, they ran some.
Just run that bitch and then play action that motherfucker, dude. Like I'm old school. Like when you can line up between the tackles and run and control the clock and wear out the defense and then get those safeties to come down, and that's when you play action. That's how you win fucking games.
Yeah.
No, I agree 100%, but that's old school football, right? Like that's the hard part is that's old school mentality.
I will say this though, guys, I'd say about every 20 to 25 years, the game rotates.
Yes, I 100% agree.
We're going, it's getting back to 2 tight ends. And
you know what the problem is though? You know what the problem is to me is that the running backs like Nick Chubb was a stud. But he gets hurt. You know, I think that the running backs should start to get hurt.
I don't know how guys do it.
Yeah.
Like a guy like Derrick Henry, you know, I had the stat. He's 30 years old. There's only been 3 running backs over 30 years old to rush for over 1,000 yards. Frank Gore, Raheem Mostert, Purdue, and Adrian Peterson. Running backs don't last that long, guys. Like 6 or 7. Because I'm thinking this. I mean, you have 11 bad motherfuckers, full speed, hitting every fucking part of your fucking body.
Nasty.
Yeah. Like, and like, I don't know how those guys their legs just must be full of knots and fucking I mean, I don't know how they do it. So as a running back, man, it's a tough fucking gig. It's a fucking tough fucking gig.
It's the way they hit nowadays because, back in the day, it was almost a pride of joy that you can go smack somebody head up and just knock their ass out. But now you have guys like one of the nastiest hits that I think I see is when guys will catch the ball and turn and defenders take their knees out low. It's a nasty hit.
Fuck yeah.
And,
here's the deal. Ball carriers, they don't like their legs fucked with.
No,
right?
yeah.
And I say this.
I think anybody does. Yeah, anybody does.
This might sound stupid, but can you run with no arms?
Yes.
It's weird, but yes.
You can.
Can you run with no shoulders?
Yes.
Yes.
Can you run with no head?
Yes.
Can you run with no legs?
No.
I'm with you. It's one of the things I used to coach way back in the day.
All this shit moving and this and that. If you hit them fucking legs and it's gone, it's done. It's over with.
I'm with you, man. It's one of the things I used to coach big. Like that was one of my biggest talking points was, can you run without your legs? You can't. Take them out. Now, I just don't know if defenders
through and again, my coach Kenny Green. I remember when I was a freshman at Purdue.
Mm-hmm.
And I just, in 2000, Drew Brees was our quarterback. We won the Big Ten for the first time since 1967. I led the team in tackles and interceptions. And
solid work.
Solid guys work. Like TJ Duckett, Anthony Thomas, all these guys. Big. And he said, Stu, he goes, between right here, let me see if I can show. Between this and here weighs about 10 pounds. Damn. Right? Go and chop those motherfuckers out. But you have to study, though. If there's let's say it's LaDainian Tomlinson, I'm not going full speed and trying to take his legs out. I'm waiting for him to make a move.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Now, if it's fucking like I said, TJ Duckett, if it's fucking Reuben Drones, if it's Steven Jackson, if it's
Reuben Drones,
Henry, right? They're Mike Allstott. They're not juking, right? So you're not gonna pat your feet because they're gonna run you over. You go full fucking speed and you fucking dive and flip those motherfuckers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's a difference there, and I don't know if guys don't study or know that, because I'm looking at going, why are you going to try to tackle Travis Henry like this?
Yeah.
What happens? He's fucking bitch. He's mushing you.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Like, what are you
doing? On your ass.
That's what he did to Snow.
Especially if he's looking at you. Like, come on, man. Take his fucking legs out. They don't like that shit. They do not like that shit. They start to tiptoe and they don't run as fast.
So, all right, man. So we're gonna switch it up a little bit because we got you on. I want to ask you,
student of the word.
Missed the days of Hudson, Gabe, Osemele, Donald Penn, all those boys. What's your state? Because we talked about this in the show prior to jumping on. What do you think the state is of the offensive line, man? What's your feeling of it? Because at the end of the day,
I was very disappointed in Colton Miller. I was very because he's kind of our anchor of that offensive line, and
not no more.
Supposed to be.
As far as it now, again, I didn't see his run blocking and stuff, but there were multiple pass plays where I don't know what the fuck he was doing.
Just got beat. Bad footwork.
But there were sometimes, Chris, where again that play again. I go back to it with 23. The linebacker comes down, and you have 99 outside, and I watched it. His head didn't even look at this guy outside. I'm thinking, what are you doing?
Yeah, that has nothing to do with an injury or nothing. That is like, Yeah.
That to me, that's scary. And if I'm Minshew, I'm like going, buddy, like
that's why he's so
what
yeah.
Because listen, as a quarterback, as a right-handed quarterback, that left tackle is your lifeline. And if you're worried about him just completely just letting a defensive end
go scot-free, yeah.
That's scary.
Yeah.
That's scary. So that really concerned me. That concerned me. And then obviously 77 again. Your two tackles, I mean, those are supposed. I mean,
yeah,
you
gotta be solid.
Yeah, you gotta be solid.
Yeah,
I mean,
Stu, none of them have played well. None of them. The whole offensive line.
No,
because one, we haven't drafted well with offensive linemen. We
100%.
haven't done well in free agency with offensive linemen.
100%.
Yeah.
no.
And here's one thing, and this was probably.
Oh! The hat's off. You ready to roll, huh?
Maybe about
like it.
Oh shit! Was it a year ago or 10 months ago? And I sat there and I was thinking one day, and I said, "What's most important about football, right? Like as far as positions go,
the trenches."
And I thought about it, and where you put your money is that O-line and D-line, dude.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Let me speak about D-line. Here's the deal. If you have 4 bad motherfuckers on your D-line and that quarterback only has 3-4 seconds, you could have subpar corners, safeties, and linebackers.
Exactly.
Yes.
Now, flip it though. You have a shitty D-line, you can have Woodson, Nnamdi, Rod Woodson, fucking Ed Reed. But if that quarterback has 5-6 seconds, he'll beat them every time.
Every time.
Now, flip side, offensive line. If that quarterback has 3-4 seconds, I don't care if it's Dan Marino or fucking Cunningham or Vic. That's tough.
Yeah.
But an
100%.
average quarterback that has 5-6 seconds to sit and burp that motherfucker, you can do it.
Yep.
So
hey, Stu. Cole Kev says Stu did all the work. Mike Huff counted his money.
You
got a fan. You got a fan base.
Mike Huff was a very close friend of mine. He's actually coaching down in Texas now. Mike was a very, very good player. We tried it. I should have played strong and he should have played free. But for whatever reason, Al Davis wanted him down and me in the middle. So he played out of position. And
that's what happened with Mike Huff?
Very, very good player, but he was technically really a corner playing strong safety.
Yeah, I remember.
It's like Diablo
makes sense.
Moving from safety to linebacker. It's very tough.
Yeah, because when they drafted him, I remember coming out of the draft, they didn't even know where they were going to put him at first, if I remember correctly. Yeah.
That's crazy.
He got paid though. That motherfucker, I stole his shoes.
I stole his shoes.
I remember you told me that. That's a funny story.
I stole his Jordans when I watched the house. I stole the fuck out of them gray Jordans. Oh yeah.
I mean, so when you talk about he said gray Jordan, that's what he said.
He stole the fuck out of him.
So when you talk about,
like, bitch, you don't need. I mean, you got a fucking whole stack of these Nikes. I took as much as I could carry.
Hey, I don't know about Nikes, man, because honestly, I've been wearing the same Converse since day one. I've always been a Converse guy. My wife actually every Christmas she gives me a custom Converse with Raiders on them. That's just how I roll. I thought it was a surprise, and I found out it was pretty easy to get. So I was like, "Oh, okay, you don't love me that much." One of my biggest things is, you talk about the trenches. So Stu, because we have you on. I mean, would you have went a different route in the draft? I'm sure you've probably talked about this, answered these questions and stuff, but as it stands right now, we're coming off a big win off the Ravens. But what would you have went a different route in the draft?
This past draft?
Yes.
I mean, Brock Bowers is really fun.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Bowers is going to be special.
I wanted the guy from Oregon State.
Tomisi Fuaga.
Yeah, he reminded me of Jonathan Ogden.
Oh, that's a good comparison.
High praise.
Nasty comparison.
Guys was the biggest human being. I mean, again, so this reminds me of 06 when we went to Baltimore, second game of the season, just like this game.
Yeah.
And I remember I'm coming down.
Got out the seat. I love it.
I'm coming down over here. And I'm looking down at the liners, and I see like this guy's fucking shoe was probably about like this fucking big. I'm going. And I looked up. I've never seen a head as big.
That big.
And I
just takes away the light.
Sat there going, what fucking size helmet is that? What the fuck?
Yeah.
And then this dude is fucking pulling like athletic as shit. I'm like, what in the fuck, dude?
Yeah.
So, but that guy reminded me of Jonathan Ogden. But now, if let's say we draft the kid from Oregon State and not Bowers, I don't think we win this game.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Ooh, good point. It's a good point, though.
We may have better we may have better protection though. But I mean, the thing about Bowers is
that's true. That's true.
I didn't like the pick just because I had questions about the right side of our offensive line. Then I had questions about Jacorian Bennett. So far, Jacorian Bennett has answered the question. Now we still have concerns about the right side of our offensive line.
I thought he played good. I thought Bennett played good.
Yeah, he played. I think he played good as well. But all things being equal right now, I mean, if Glaze continues to develop at right tackle, then hey, I think that was the best pick to make. But that's if we can find the solution at right tackle, because if we don't have protection at right tackle, I mean, it's.
I've got to think Colton Miller just had a bad game. Right.
He played bad last week too.
Did he? Oh fuck!
Oh, he played terrible last. He played terrible last week.
He played bad last.
How old is he?
He's got to be
29.
He got to be near 30. Yeah, he got to be near 30.
Easily near 30, because he was drafted first round draft pick for Gruden back in the day.
Yeah, that was the very first year that Gruden was the coach, because they were McKenzie was still here. So
yeah, that's right. Yeah,
McKenzie was still here. So he's got to be 20. He got to be 28 or 29.
So it's getting up. I mean, that's.
But offensive tackles play forever. Offensive linemen play forever.
Ogden played forever.
Man, offensive line in general. If
Ogden was different. Ogden was different, bro.
He's a Hall of Famer, though. I mean,
he was different.
Look at Trent Williams. Trent Williams is
the best. He's the best player in the best left tackle in the league.
36, 37?
Still.
Out of Oklahoma.
Still, yeah.
So, he was a dog. He's for the 49ers now. Yeah, he's drafted by the Redskins. I forgot. Then he went straight from the Redskins to the 49ers,
I'm not
right?
mistaken. I heard before the Raiders game, he's the highest paid non-quarterback in the NFL, isn't he?
I wouldn't be surprised.
Left tackle, left tackle, best left tackle in the game.
He's got to be like 36.
He's like 36, 37.
30, he got to be.
He's on steroids. Fuck him.
Exactly, 100%. 100%.
Eating ass motherfucker. Fuck him.
I love it. Hey, Stu, I know you have your own show. You have you go on with Wasted and Graphic. There was a question in here. I can't go back to it. I'll scroll too far back.
Yeah.
What's your greatest L. Davis moment? I'm sure you've been asked it, but let us know. What's your greatest L. Davis moment? Because man, he is the GOAT for everything that he did. And you can't question just the advances he made to the league, but What's your greatest moment with Al Davis? Or biggest memory? Oh, and he walked away again. I love it.
Oh no, he about to pull something out.
Off the shelf.
Yeah, he about to pull something.
Is Stuart Schweiger getting the projector? Does he have the projector?
The actual projector.
Does he have the projector?
I love it.
with the fucking fucking
yeah.
shit.
Hold on, Stu.
Were you there for that, Stu?
The projector?
Were you there for Lane Kiffin getting fired? Were you there with Kiffin?
Yeah, he was there with Kiffin.
Oh yeah, I have a couple Lane Kiffin stories. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Give us one.
Before you get to Al Davis. About Lane Kiffin because Chris likes Lane Kiffin. So
I like Lane, man. I like Lane. But yeah, go ahead, Stu.
Let's know.
Hold on. Remember, guys, you can't give me too much shit right now. You know what I'm saying?
I love it.
One thing at a fucking time.
Start with Al Davis, and then we move on to Lane Kiffin.
I don't know. We might want
to. So Al Davis, he was known for having his picks, right?
Yeah.
And what I mean by his picks was, you'd be in the draft room, and the coaches and he'd walk in and going, "You're taking this guy right now." And they're like,
no question to ask. Like, that's what we get.
They'd be like, we've been doing homework for the last 6 months, and now you come in here and say, no, we're getting this guy.
So I was one of Al Davis. I was one of Al Davis's guys, which is a great honor, a great fucking honor. And here's the thing. Let me just kind of go back to the draft process during my senior year, during the Senior Bowl, during the combine. Teams talk to you, right? I mean, and I remember, I remember at the NFL combine, which was in Indy, right? They would have from 7 to 9 p.m. on the first floor of the hotel, they would have every 15 minutes a horn go off, and you would get a list that said, hey, at 7 o'clock, the Rams want to meet with you. At 7:15, the Ravens want to meet with you, right? And you go into these rooms, and it'd be like a first floor suite. The whole thing would be cleared out. And you walk in there, there's a chair with a whiteboard behind you, and then there was like a bleacher, and it would be the whole staff of a team, and they're just firing questions at you and shit, right?
Yeah.
And then after that, from 9 to 10, there was like this conference center across the street where scouts could grab you and fill out whatever. So after you do these interviews, you go over there. And the only communication I had with the Raiders during the draft, nothing at the Senior Bowl, fucking nothing during my senior year, never saw a Raiders scout, nothing. And I walk over to the convention center or whatever, and I'm sitting there, and this older black gentleman comes up, and he says, come here. I'm like, okay. And I sit down, and literally, he's got like a faded like Raiders like hoodie, and like he's got like his hat's like like
cocked to the side just a little bit
kind of over here, and I'm like,
yeah.
What? It gotta be Willie. Is Willie or Atkinson?
No, Willie. Oh, Willie.
And he goes, name. I'm like, Stuart Schweiger. He's like, date of birth, phone number. And I'm thinking, what? He goes, 3 best games, 3 worst games. And then he goes, thank you. And I'm like, there's no fucking, like, I'm not going to the fucking Raiders. Like,
right.
At this point, you should know like what my fucking who I am. Like he's like, what's your height and weight? It was Willie Brown.
Willie Brown.
Oh, Willie.
Right? So then I end up getting drafted, and so this is leading up to my best Al Davis story, right? So again, I get drafted, get drafted Saturday, fly out that Thursday. And again, it's a team mini camp. It's not this rookie bullshit. It's the whole fucking team, right?
Yeah.
And one of my first memories is Clayton Lopez, who was my DB coach, picked me up from the airport, drives me to the facilities. And I'm kind of walking through, and I go to the training room, and I see this guy on the training, like we have these training tables where you get tapes and stuff, and there's this guy, he's got gray hair, gray chest hair, shirt off, just a pair of Raiders shorts, and he's just got his ankles taped, and he's reading the Wall Street Journal or some shit. And I'm like, and I look at him going, it's fucking Rich Gannon.
Oh shit!
Like, that's my fucking teammate, dude. Like I was like, this is crazy, bro. Like he's just. I'm like, oh shit, right?
Yeah.
So we go through the mini camp, and Rod Woodson was there at the time, and Rod Woodson, again, Purdue legend, still has track records. Well, I broke Rod Woodson's interception record as a sophomore at Purdue. He had 11. I tied that my sophomore year. Ended up finishing with 17 in my career.
Oh shit!
Still have the record.
Really? No shit.
And so I go out to Oakland. I've met Rod before, and here's the deal: Rod is the fucking best. When you talk about a professional, this fucking guy was not only an amazing athlete, but his mental football IQ was unbelievable, right? So I'm thinking this. Here's a guy, I come in, break his record. Now I'm pretty much taking his job as safety, right?
Yeah.
And it's a Sunday, and it's the last day of the mini camp. And we're doing a 2-minute drill, right? Defense, if defense stops it, camp's over. If offense scores, camp's over.
Yeah.
But before it, Rod goes, hey, Stu, come over here for a second. I said, yeah, Mr. Woodson, right? Mr. Woodson.
Pay my respects.
Yeah. I said, what's up? He goes, hey, Stu, he goes, just take a look. He goes, if they're in 2x2, right? So 2 receivers, one side or whatever.
Yeah. Twin.
He goes, if it's 11 personnel, which is 1 running back, 1 tight end, 3 receivers, right? He goes, if you have the receiver and the tight end on your side, he goes, just be aware. He goes, if they both come up the field and the tight end, and we're playing cover 4, he goes, if the tight end's coming up and the receiver and if it's a cut split,
okay.
But here's what he said. He goes, make sure, he goes, if it's 3rd down, this personnel grouping, this formation, right? Cut split. They both come up. The receiver cuts in at 5 and the tight end still coming up. He's going to come in. Be alert for it's called a chair route.
Okay.
I'm going, okay. So all of a sudden, it's like 3rd and 10. I see 2x2, 11 personnel. I'm looking cut split, tight end. I'm going, okay. They both come up. I see the receiver go underneath. So I see the tight end still coming. I sit, pick off the pass, and the fucking training camp.
Damn.
Is quick question? Is it that? I don't want to say it's that basic, but obviously because when we talked,
football is a simple sport.
It really is. I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But when we talked about it, when you first came on, right? It's 75%. Percentages could be off. It's 75% study, right?
Yeah,
making sure you understand what that team wants to do. Can it be that simple? Not that simple, but can it be that basic to where it's like, look, you understand the tendencies of that team. You understand what they want to do. You understand that, look, they don't have a great running game. They want to pass the ball. Can that elevate your game that much just to know their tendencies? And can just doing the study of work make that big of a difference?
You asked me to tell Al Davis story, though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you want me to tell the Al Davis story?
I know, man. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to I asked too many questions, man. Once you start talking, I'm
Like I
rocking
told
the
you,
system
you
questions.
can't
You know what I'm saying?
confuse me, dude. You can't.
I know. So, damn.
So,
yeah.
hold on.
Oh, Davis,
Hold that thought because I like that
Okay.
question. But let's go back to the mini camp of 04.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry, man. I trust me. I have.
So again, I don't know if I picked off if it was Rich Gannon or Kerry Collins or whatever, right?
Harry Collins.
So then
Kerry Collins.
Al Davis,
Yeah, I played
Al
against that
Davis was at every practice.
I
He was
locked
at
him
every
down.
practice, right? And I hear after practice we broke. Norv Turner was the head. We break, and I'm going. I hear Schweiger, and I look and yeah, Mr. Davis. It was fucking you, Mr. Davis.
Mm-hmm.
And I run over there, and he goes, man, that ball just always seems to find your hands, which pause, but whatever.
Love it. Love it.
So this picture here.
Yeah. Oh, there it is.
Yeah. That's
love it.
He
baby face too.
He grabs my
baby face.
Jersey. He grabs my jersey, and we walk into the facility together. Right? First of all, the whole reason this even happened was because of Rod Woodson and him being a fucking leader and teaching a guy who's going to take his position, giving him a little facts about shit. And that's what fucking real guys and real professionals do. Like remember a couple years ago, that piece of shit Tannehill for the Titans, they drafted that quarterback. And he's like, "That's not my job."
He didn't want to help.
Fuck that. Fuck him. That's fucking bullshit.
Shit,
that's also Aaron Rodgers.
Aaron Rodgers too. Yeah.
So
Brett Favre did it to him.
So I had this picture, right? So after my mini camp before the season started, after my rookie year, the team photographer was a guy named Tony Gonzalez. And he gave me a CD of all the plays that he took pictures of me in, right? So I go to Walmart and I print out these pictures, and I have this, I have older brothers and sisters, and we have this little party where, I'm signing pictures for everybody, and there's this guy named Joe Wilson, and I had an 8x10 picture of this, and he goes, "Stu," he goes, "You think Al Davis? I want you to sign it, but do you think Al Davis would sign it too?" I'm thinking like,
hell no.
I go back. It's the off season. I go back. Because I always stayed there during the off season. And his secretary was her name was Fudgy. And I remember going up there, and it was like during the like a Tuesday. We're just doing summer workouts, and
yeah.
And I said, "Fudgy," I said, "Hey, is Mr. Davis in?" She goes, "Yeah, he is." I said, "Do you think you'd sign a picture?" She goes, "Well, he doesn't really, I can ask." And she, picks the phone up and she said, "Hey, Mr. Davis, Stuart Schweigert's here." And I hear, "Send him in."
Let me roll in real quick.
He says, "Send him in." Right. So these double doors open up, and I walk in there, and it's the pure cocaine white carpets, pure cocaine white walls and ceilings. All the furniture is fucking black leather and black marble with the 3 Super Bowl trophies behind them. And
as it should be.
Probably maybe from where I'm at now to that door. And he's just at his desk. And he goes, "Schwager, come here." And I sit down, and he goes, "Stuart Schwager." He goes, "Saginaw Heritage High School. Rushed for 1,650 yards, 27 rushing touchdowns, was all-state DB cornerback, won the 100-meter dash, ran a 10.32, and I'm going,
dual sport.
I'm sitting here going, this motherfucker knows my high school. I'm thinking this guy knows everyone that's important to football, and he's spouting off my fucking high school fucking stats. So I sat there and I said, this guy, does he care a lot? Maybe sometimes did he care too much? Yes. But he knew every fucking thing. And whatever happened with the Raiders, it was because of him, right? Good or bad.
Yeah.
Good or
absolutely.
bad. Right. And I love Mark, but I just remember sitting there. He goes league MVP. And I'm thinking, how the fuck do you fucking, I mean, he didn't know I was coming up there. And he's just spouting it off like fucking, I'm thinking the amount of fucking shit that you know, and you're able just to fucking pull that out. And he goes, and he signed it. And I wish I would have been able to. I wish I would have got a signature from him, to be honest with you. But yeah, I mean that was a special moment, and just I'm just thinking, like, motherfucker, like, goddamn, this guy really gives a shit, you know. And towards the end, did he give too much? Probably, you know. But again, when you're cutting the fucking checks,
it's your call.
For 4 years, I owned an indoor football team called the Saginaw Sting. We won 2 championships, went to 3, and when
you're the head coach, the head coach in like 2015 or something like that, or 2015, 2016, something like that.
What's that?
You were the head coach in like 2015, 2016.
I fired the head coach, and I assumed
I got his ass out there.
Position, but I'm thinking, like, when you're the guy cutting the checks, you get to say what the fuck's going on.
You're hanging out with Al Davis too much.
Al Davis, Al Davis. We didn't have practice till like 3 p.m. because he didn't show up to the facilities till like 1.
Yeah,
and they filmed every period of practice. So stretch, walk through every individual position. And he would watch all those till like 2 a.m, right? And I remember it was like a Wednesday. And I get this call. It was a private number, and I answer it. 10:30. It's Al. I said, hello? He goes, hey, Schwager. I'm going like, fuck is this? Yeah? He goes, how come today in Skelly period, when it was that 3rd and 12 and you were in cover 2, why'd you get so wide? I'm like, I don't know. And I'm like, I'm not sure.
I don't know.
Don't let that shit happen again and just click. I'm like, or you might be on the sideline. Remember the sideline phones?
Yeah.
Oh, right? Yeah.
That's a funny shit.
You think it's your coach?
Yep.
Hey, Stu, you know, because we had this, I don't remember what his name was. Great guy, big, about 6'4", this just a normal dude, mustache, and he was the phone guy, right? Yeah. So if the phones were ringing, he'd tap you to, hey. So I remember it was some play. I don't know what the fuck was going on, and you know, I'm thinking it's Chuck Pagano, and I pick it up. Yeah, what's up, coach? And it's Al. He goes, what the fuck are you doing out there? And I go,
I can just hear it though.
You better get your shit together. And I'm like, well, coach, click. I'm like, all right.
Hey, so Stu, Milk Breezy, I appreciate you.
Got to get my shit together.
Yeah, man. Milk Breezy, I appreciate you, Stu. So, now I'm not sure if you touched on it, but do you have a good story on Lane Kiffin? I mean, because look, Lane Kiffin was a young coach. He was a young coach back in the day.
31.
I know. He was such a young coach.
Crazy.
And
31.
In here, this is my thing, is that I thought that
it was a fucking GA at fucking Fresno.
I thought that L. Davis brought him on just because, like, you want to mold somebody. L. Davis wanted exactly a puppet, right? Like that's what he wanted. And so, what you give us a story on Lane Kiffin and how it was with him.
Well, I'm going to tell you this, and this goes along with Jamarcus Russell, right? So, you know, Lane Kiffin was what, 07. And I remember walking out of the
that's your last year there, right? Was that your last year there?
Yeah.
07? Okay.
Yep. And but I remember walking out of the locker room. I see Lane. I didn't know it was Lane. I thought it was some new like fucking equipment manager.
Yeah.
He's, cornball, ass white dude. I'm like,
you thought he was the equipment manager? That's crazy, man.
I mean, shit. He was like, I'm like,
I know.
He looked at me. He's 31 years. Like, what the fuck?
I feel you.
I'm used to fucking Norv Turner, fucking Al, fucking, Marty Schottenheimer, and fucking these guys, and also like, but shit. What was I gonna say now? You asked me about Lane Kiffin.
Lane Kiffin.
Yeah. You saw him. You saw him in the.
You saw him in the hallway. He looked like a doof.
Equipment manager.
He looked like a doof.
Yeah.
Like, who's this doof walking down the hall?
We all know just equipment manager is not a bad.
No,
it's not a bad sign. It's not good.
Oh, about Jamarcus Russell. So,
this is a good one then.
So here's the fucked up thing.
J. Russ.
And I know Jamarcus has had his downfalls. But Jamarcus is. I have a relationship with him, and
good though.
I worry about him. Good. I do. But here's the deal. Al wanted Jamarcus.
Yeah.
Lane Kiffin wanted Megatron. Calvin Johnson. Don't put that out there.
Yeah, man. I would agree.
No, everybody knows. Everybody knows.
And here's the thing, right?
And he wanted to trade. And he wanted to trade to get Aaron Rodgers too.
Well, no, listen. So I remember when people were, because at that time, I was kind of a spokesperson for the Raiders. I always addressed the media and stuff, and I remember they said, "Stu, what do you think?" I said, to be honest with you, I said, let's draft Calvin Johnson, and then let's get he played
Culpepper,
the white quarterback that played a million fucking years,
Josh McCown.
Josh McCown.
I got a call that said, "Hey, Stuart, shut the fuck up. Stop saying that."
Oh shit.
And I said, "Okay, well, I will." He goes, "We're not doing that. We're getting Jamarcus Russell. Shut the fuck up." And I go, "Okay."
God damn.
All right. So Lane, as the head coach, thought that he was running the show, and I was like, "No, we're taking Jamarcus." So here's the fucked up part, though, is Lane Kiffin did everything that he could to make Jamarcus Russell not successful.
Oh,
so that he could say, "I didn't want Jamarcus. That was Al's pick."
That's not. Oh, damn.
And when I talked to Jamarcus, there was no help. The coaches never fucking taught him anything.
But did he help himself though? Did he help himself, Stu? Jamarcus, like did he ever take like initiative and like?
Here's the deal though, Chris. When you're a 21, 22-year-old kid who just lost his uncle who was his mentor, and you need guidance, how the fuck you don't know what the fuck you're supposed to do.
Yeah.
And not to have someone there to, like, I had Ray Buchanan, who was, thank God I had Ray Buchanan to teach me how to be a professional.
Wait, didn't he have Culpepper?
No.
Culpepper wasn't there at the same time?
No.
He came,
maybe that next year or something.
Yeah.
For some reason.
No, Culpepper was there in. He was there in 07. He was there in 07.
McCown was there too. McCown was there too.
Yes, but
okay.
But again, that was his rookie year. It was when the next year when it was kind of Culpepper and McCown were gone, and it was kind of Jamarcus's team. They what's his name? Fucking the offensive lineman coach that fucking ended up being the head coach was a piece of fucking
Tom Cable.
Fucking piece of shit.
Oh really?
Oh shit. Okay.
God.
Let's go.
Okay.
Remember Tom
Okay.
Cable punched on
Remember
the
when he
assistant
fucking
coach?
punched Randy
Yeah, but I
Hansen?
say he punched on the coach.
Like choked his ass
Listen,
up.
Randy
Like,
Hansen is
punched
a
him.
very close friend of mine. Randy Hansen, we called the mad scientist. Randy Hansen, as far as statistics go, knows he's ridiculous. And for Cable to physically assault that man, I mean,
Okay, so let's do this.
The moral of the story is the Raiders should not be involved with any quarterbacks in Fresno State.
Right.
Here's what I'm saying, though.
Stay away.
Again, Jamarcus, did he help himself? Probably not, but he didn't get any help.
Well, Stu, let me ask you though, because
you can't come in. I know, Chris, you're looking down. You can't come in the NFL. You need support.
100%
guidance. You need coaches there to help you learn how to be a fucking professional. He got no help because Lane Kiffin was butthurt and made everything he could do to make sure Jamarcus Russell was a bust. And actually, I don't even want to call it a bust. I don't even like that word.
Yeah. But Chris, like if it's real, like that's crazy. It's crazy work.
No, that is crazy if that happened. Yeah. But we also got it.
But you hear the stories. You hear the stories about J. Russ. Coaches give him blank tapes.
See, and here's the thing. That's crazy to me.
Is it?
Because as a coach, are you really going to set up your own fucking player?
But if Lane Kiffin wanted him to fail, do you think he is there chances that could happen?
I'm thinking this. Instead of setting up this plot to fucking see if he doesn't watch film, how about you sit down and watch film with him and help him out?
That's a good point.
Okay, so okay.
You see what I'm saying?
Self-accountability, though, Stu. Like you've been successful, and the reason why you're successful is because you put the work in. So therefore, self-accountability is a big deal. But like, I don't know Jamarcus Russell, but I did watch, his interview with the pivot, and it's like I just feel like.
Well, first of all, that whole interview. Ryan Clark's the biggest piece of fucking shit that you could ever fucking be around. And the other guy, shitty ass linebacker for the Miami Dolphins, what's his name?
What's his name?
Shannon Crowder.
Shannon Crowder's a fucking drunk, and for them to fucking sit there and ask him how much money he makes and all this shit, like, come on, man, what the fuck?
Oh man.
And then I don't think it was Ryan Clark to sit there and go, "Oh, hey, buddy, hey, we're LSU." I said,
"Yeah."
I called Jamarcus. And I said, Jamarcus, have you ever? He goes, I've never talked to that motherfucker in my life till that interview.
Yeah.
For real?
Yeah. Damn. And Ryan Clark's going.
He made it seem like they were cool.
I'm thinking this.
He made it seem like they were cool.
If I'm in there and there's a fucking Purdue graduate saying that shit to me, I'm going, what in the fuck, dude?
Yeah.
Are you serious?
So Stu, I don't mean to derail a little bit. Because again, I'm telling you, man, I have so many questions. I have so many questions because
Crowder's a piece of shit going, I have $8 million and you lost all your money. It's like, Crowder, no one gives a fuck about you, you fucking ugly ass, fucking no talent linebacking bitch.
Yeah.
Fuck Crowder.
So here's my thing.
Ryan Clark's a piece of dog shit.
I love it.
His fucking face. Because a lot of his hits in the NFL were illegal hits.
Blindside hits.
That motherfucker, and all he does is he wants to prove that, I'm a free agent and you're a first round pick. So it's like, shut the fuck up, man. The reason that you were good is because you had fucking Palomulu, you had fucking Harrison, you had fucking Lamar Woodley, you had fucking Porter.
You got some dogs. Yeah, dogs.
Yeah.
You were the worst player on that fucking team. No one gave a fuck about you.
So
fuck up,
real quick.
Piece of shit.
Stu, before I hit you with another question.
Fuck you.
Chat.
We got Stu fired up.
I know. I love it.
And then when he would,
that's what I'm saying.
When he did that whole thing about fucking number 3 for the Buffalo Bills when he passed, he's like crying on film. I'm going,
Hamlin.
This fucking guy's trying to get an Emmy or some shit, man. Like, fuck, bro.
So Chat. I'm sorry if I don't. Hey, Stu, the chat has a lot of questions for you. I can't get to all of them, so chat, I apologize if I haven't brought up a chat or a question. But
we got Stu fired up.
I know. We're just trying to.
I like it though. No, honestly, guys. So I don't leave the house. So sometimes it's nice to get on here where I'm in a safe environment to kind of get up.
But
I'm not going to be out in public fucking somebody up or doing something stupid. So this is good. This helps me be a better husband and father to let some of the fucking anger out. It's not really anger, but it's just
I love it, man.
Shit.
So you're the 04 draft, right, Stu? That was Robert Gallery, right? 04. That was Robert Gallery.
So Robert was the number 2 pick overall. Then Jake Grohl was number 2, and
number 2, and then that was what's my guy's name? Syracuse. Johnny Morant. That was Johnny Morant, right? Yeah. How was Johnny Morant? I was for some reason I love Johnny Morant, but he's never did it.
Hey, Stu, hold on, Stu. Before you get to Johnny Morant,
my fucking guy, lives in Cincinnati. Love that dude. Love him.
Get into him. But just know, Severe has a memory. Like, he rocks the memory. It's crazy, man. So
he knows every draft pick from every
crazy.
Year.
I don't know about that.
If you join us,
that was Carlo Francis draft too. I went to that same draft.
Severe has a memory.
Out of Texas Tech. Yep, Texas Tech.
Yeah,
Carlos Francis.
Roll, dude. I'm just preparing you. Roll.
I don't know where the fuck my car keys or my car is at right now, but I can tell you what in the year on homecoming in high school. And what the score was.
But you can't tell L. Davis why he got so damn wide on cover 2, though.
I tried. He hung up on me. He didn't want the answer. He just wanted to let me know he was watching that shit. I'm like, what? All right, shit.
That's funny.
I remember one time we're in the front lobby, right? And it's like Monday after a game, so we're waiting to watch film or whatever, and so we had like these long hallways, right? And we always knew like around like 1 or 2 Al would be with his walker and coming up, and so when we saw him, we'd tell like the rookies, hey, go get us a Gatorade real quick. So they'd run out there, they'd fucking meet up with Al Davis. Right. And whenever you met up with Al Davis, it was never a good conversation. I didn't give a fuck if we won, lost, whatever. So we'd send those rookies out there and they'd be like, oh, shit. Hey, Mr. Davis. he'd cuss them the fuck out. But I remember one time we're all in the front lobby and Al comes through and he goes, Stu. I said, yes, Mr. Davis. He goes, you see that parking lot out there? And it was like our players' parking lot. And I said, yeah. He goes, those are all my cars. I'm like, well, I think my car's out there. I don't know if there's your car. Because I own all those cars. I'm like, oh, okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
I pay you. Yeah.
Cool. I didn't like
what do you say?
He goes, just remember that. I'm like, what the fuck?
That was a threat, bro. That was a threat.
I remember. I'm like, well, my car's out there. I thought I owned.
That was a menacing ass there. That's out the menace.
But anyway, yeah. So what? Yeah. All right. What's the next question?
No, man. Hey, so the next. So.
Still want to know more Lane Kiffin stories, man.
I'm telling you, you didn't give us a.
I do have some Lane Kiffin.
You didn't give us a big Lane Kiffin story.
I have some Art Shell stories too.
Oh,
so where, Marcel?
Art.
Oh, yeah. Oh, God. Oh, yeah. You know what? I've always wanted to ask you that. My bad, 805.
Yeah, go.
Well, I used to lose. I lost my mind.
Piece of shit.
He hired Jeff. Okay. Oh, wait. Were you there when he brought in Jeff George?
Piece of shit.
Oh, really?
Yes.
All right. Well, okay. We'll get there, but first, what was your thought when he brought back Jeff George for a workout? I got to hear this.
Hey,
I'm
hold on.
off my mind.
Chris, you just made Stuart lean back in his chair.
I
That's what
know.
you
I'm
did.
off my mind.
So you know where Jeff George went his freshman year at college, right?
No, where'd he go?
Purdue. He's
Oh,
a Purdue
okay.
guy,
Okay, Purdue guy.
right? So I remember Jeff George, right? So I remember I go in the equipment room, right? You know, and Bob Romanski's our head equipment manager and shit, you know, and I'm going there to get like get my towel or a pair of socks or something. And I look and I see I'm looking down over here where like all the jerseys and shit were at, and I see this guy trying on shoulder pads, and I'm like, it's fucking Jeff George. And I'm like,
About to the rock.
and he's trying out like a jersey and shit. So I'm like,
Oh my
he must be like shooting a commercial or something. You know what I'm saying? Like
For the replacements.
like yeah, like he's here as you know, like some type of like I said, some type of promotion or something, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm like, oh, that's pretty fucking cool, you know, and I get taped up, go out to practice. All of a sudden, I'm up and I see fucking Jeff George run out to practice. And he spat it up, fucking jersey tucked in like this. And I'm like, he's got a towel. I'm like, I said, Derek, I tapped Derek Burgess, who was, you know, one of my best friends. I said,
Yeah, man.
it's Jeff. I'm like, I think Jeff George, dude, he came out. Tell you this. He came out, boom, throwing fucking darts.
Yeah.
Times.
He had an
tearing
arm,
us
man.
the fuck
He
up.
had an
I'm like,
arm.
what the? He was, boom. I mean, just, dude, towel, spat it up. He had the eye blacks and shit, right? He's fucking just chucking it. I'm like, what the fuck is going on right now?
So he was cooking in practice.
Cooking. No,
What?
shredding. So then I go in the lunchroom, and you know we didn't have a cafeteria. We had a fucking conference hall where they had to bring in food because terrible. I mean, our facilities were shit. And I see Jeff George sitting there, and I'm like, I get my sandwich or whatever, and I'm like, Jeff. He goes, yeah, sit down, Stu. And I'm like, hey man, and we chopped it up. Never saw him again.
It's crazy.
I was like,
Okay.
I'm like,
right.
what the fuck? I just remember looking, going, oh, he must be like shooting a commercial for some shit.
Man.
He came out, and I said, and then one day, never saw him again.
So
That's
I'm like,
hilarious.
what the fuck was that? And I'm like, is that Art Shell just playing mind games and doing stupid shit?
So Stu, I there's
Let
a
me
couple
tell you
questions.
one more. Let me tell you one more Art Shell story.
Yeah, do it. 100%. Do it. I love it. Because I got some real questions.
Well, this
It's
is
gonna get you
06.
fired up. So do
This
it. I
is
love it.
06, right? So this is 06.
Do it.
We had the number 1 pass defense in the NFL.
Okay.
We had the number 3 overall defense in the NFL. So you're thinking, oh shit, you went 2-14.
Yeah.
Our offense was dead last in every single statistical category in the NFL.
And breakfast, bed and breakfast.
No. I want to say that was the year that I think that was the year LaDainian Tomlinson broke the record. He had more touchdowns himself
Yes.
than the Raiders had the entire year.
Yes.
He had like
Yes.
31. We had like 28 or something like that.
Yeah. We don't. So here's the thing. We played the Houston Texans that year at home. The Houston Texans
No, Matt Shah.
finished with -5 passing yards, and we lost.
Damn.
We lost. So right. So I think it was
How
like
that happened?
I think it was like
Oh, man.
week 3 or week 4 or something. But actually, that year, game 2, we went to Baltimore just like this game, and that was when Andrew Walters got sacked 4 plays in a row. I think it's the NFL record.
Oh yeah.
4 plays in a row. I remember actually that game. I remember towards the end of the game, they're on their side of the field, or you know, we're on our side of the field, and Art Shell is about to go for it on 4th down. Rob Ryan goes, "You motherfucker, you better punt that fucking ball, you motherfucker. You don't go for it, you piece of shit, to put our defense in a bad fucking spot. You better punt that motherfucker, you selfish motherfucker." Like, hell yeah, dude. Yeah, fucking punt that bitch, motherfucker. But so I don't know if it was after week 3 or 4.
Living it up. I love it.
And and that whole year we wore full pads and uniforms the entire season. Season.
Shit.
So
He hired Jackie Slater.
It's like week 3 or week 4, and we're 0-3 or 0-4, and Art Shell calls everybody up, and he says, when here's the thing. So you had Art Shell, you had Jackie Slater, Hall of Fame offensive lineman, Irv Eatman, who played 16 years. And I'm going to Robert Gallery. I'm going, dude, what the fuck is going, like, what's up?
Robert Gallery.
But they're not coaching us. I said, what do you mean? He goes, we're asking them. So in this set, should we kick slots? Should we pass up? And he goes, no, just block them. Like, what do you mean?
Just do your thing.
Just block them.
Just what you
defense.
Warner.
You know, it's cover 3. Should I be inside, outside? 4? Just cover them. Like, what the fuck does that mean?
Fuck is that?
What the fuck, right? But anyways, Artel goes, guys, come up. You know, and Burgess looks at me like, oh, what's this motherfucker about to say? I'm like, oh.
So, God,
he goes,
okay. So, Stu.
Wait, hold on. No.
Hold on. Let me finish.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Go for it.
He goes, hey, guys, listen, it's not your fault. It ain't your fault we're 0-3 or 0-4. He goes, y'all were just raised soft.
Oh, shit.
Damn.
So Burgess turns around and goes, what that motherfucker say, Stu? And I said, he said you were raised soft.
Damn.
He said you were raised soft, bro.
Oh, my God.
That was the type of shit. I'm sitting here thinking, what in the fuck, man? You know what I mean? Like, do you think that's gonna gain our respect? Like, are you shitting me, motherfucker? So anyway,
that's the year him and Jerry Porter got into it, right? Jerry Porter didn't show up to camp, or showed up to camp hella late.
I
want to say, yeah, I think he showed up to camp
there was
super late.
Jerry Porter. There was, I mean, I have so many there's so many stories from that year about me and
for sure
getting fined $20,000 because me and Cooper are fucking. Anyway,
No, Cooper is it Cooper Carlisle? That was Cooper Carlisle, right?
Gerard Cooper.
Oh, the safety. 40. Oh yeah,
that was my dog for 4 years.
Oh, Gerard Cooper.
We were called Stu Duke and Coop Duke.
See, that's how you know. Stu,
all right, what was your question?
Severe comes with it. Like, he comes with the history. I got it's actually 2 questions, but I'm just gonna hit you with one. As we continue on the season, you have Antonio Pierce. He has brought on Tom Coughlin. He's brought on Marvin Lewis. Do you think that is playing a big role as to a potential success for him? Do you think that those guys can play a role to actually feed some success to this team? I mean, because those are old school guys. You know what I'm saying?
100%. For him to bring those fucking guys on, and for him to show that, because I'll say this: Joe Tiller, who you see back there, see that cutout, who was my coach at Purdue.
Joe Tiller, yeah.
Joe Tiller is one of the greatest coaches I ever played for. And Joe Tiller told me, you know, when I was done, and he passed away now, but he said, Stu, he goes, you know, I was a fucking offensive lineman at Montana State. I don't know that much about football, but he goes, you know what I do know? I know how to hire the best guys around me and how to manage them.
Yeah.
So the fact that Antonio Pierce is bringing guys like Marvin Lewis and Tom Coughlin, right?
Yeah.
Bring those guys in, dude. Coughlin. I mean, those are fucking great fucking coaches, guys.
Yeah. Yeah.
Have those guys as resources? Are you shitting me?
Because there's a lot of people that are talking shit about having Marvin Lewis on the sideline, Tom Coughlin. Because if you watch today, there was a camera angle where Tom Coughlin was sitting next to all the other coaching staff, and people were like, "It's shit. Like these guys are too close. They're old school." That's why I asked the question.
Wait, say that again. What do you mean too close? Who's too close?
So when in the game today, there was a camera angle that they were panning up, and Tom Coughlin was standing next to all the coaches in the box.
Okay.
And Marvin Lewis was on the sideline.
Yeah.
Right next to Antonio.
Marvin Lewis should be on the sideline. He's a great fucking coach and a great mentor for these players.
So a lot of people were saying, why are they so close? Why, like, based on the Chargers lost.
What do you mean? Why are they so close? What do you mean?
So that's social media.
That's
social media. Like, they're basically saying, why are they so close? They shouldn't be that close. They're old school. They're old school guys. And that's the new school way.
I'm confused on what do you mean close? Who's close?
So Marvin Lewis is right next to Antonio Pierce on the sideline.
Yes.
Okay. Tom Coughlin was in the booth.
Okay.
Right next to all the offensive and defensive assistant coaches.
He fucking should be. He's won a fucking Super Bowl. So
100%. But a lot of people are talking about, why are these guys so close? Like all the questionable calls of Antonio Pierce between last week, even going into last season, they're saying that this is a problem. And I'm asking, do you think it's a problem that he's bringing these veteran coaches
here's the deal.
Lean on?
Here's the deal. Coughlin and Marvin Lewis, they're not making plays. They're not calling plays. They know that Antonio Pierce is the fucking head coach.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Antonio Pierce, at the end of the day, he's the one making decisions. He's not. They're just gonna sit and go, hey, Antonio, maybe try this, or this is what I think. But Antonio Pierce is the fucking guy calling the shots.
Yeah.
Well, let me rephrase that. The offensive coordinator and defensive coordinator. Now you have Coughlin and you have Marvin Lewis and you have Rob Ryan giving suggestions, but they're not making any fucking calls. Their time is done. They've already done their shit. They're just there to fucking, because they love football and they want to see young athletes succeed. They want to be able to share their knowledge.
Yeah.
So having them, I mean, I'm going to tell you this again, like I just told you, Joe Tiller, surround yourself with fucking great people.
Yeah.
Guys that know it better than you.
Yeah.
Antonio Pierce is doing that. The staff that he has, as a player, I'm thinking, I'm going to listen to whatever the fuck these guys are saying.
And that was my biggest take when he started bringing in Marv Lewis, Tom Coughlin. That told me that he understood that he has more to learn, that he can surround himself with greatness.
100%.
That's what I took from it. But a lot of people, based on the Chargers game, there's a lot of questions.
What that shows me, though, and I knew this already.
Yeah.
He doesn't have an ego.
Yes, yeah. Exactly. That is a great point. 100%. He doesn't have an ego. Like
the guy came from nothing and won a fucking Super Bowl.
And it goes back to what you were saying earlier about the guys that listen. The people that listen tend to understand. You know what I'm saying? And that's what you want. That's what you need. That's what you want, is people that are willing to listen and learn.
That's what I always wonder, is how some of these coaches get these jobs. I'm like, I never fucking heard of you. What's your background?
I know.
You haven't done shit. You're some coach's drinking buddy. That's why
you even said the GMs, like the GMs.
Yeah.
How is the GM
as a player, when you have a coach, you look at it and go, Why should I be listening to you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got to gain the respect first.
For one, if your coach is a former player and he's done what you want to do,
You respect that. Yeah.
Now, a coach who's coached a long time and won championships,
Yeah.
you fucking listen.
But Lane Kiffin?
Mark, exactly. Why am I fucking listening to you? Why in the fuck am I listening to one fucking thing you say?
So, Stu,
You were a shit fucking quarterback. The only reason anyone knows who the fuck you are is because of your
money.
dad.
Yeah, money.
But he just, Ole Miss.
Keeps fighting. He keeps falling. He keeps falling up. If he's falling, he's the
yeah.
That's crazy, right?
Left us and went to Tennessee, and then
you're right. He keeps fucking slipping up. Like, God damn.
Yeah. Hey, Stu.
He's sucking everybody's cock.
One more thing about Kiffin, and I promise I won't bring him up again.
No,
but
Chris, ask your question. I'm about for just a second. Ask your question.
But what was it true that he wanted to bring his dad in to coach, and Al said no?
I never heard that. I don't know about that. I don't know about that.
Okay, I thought that was one of the arguments that he wanted to bring his dad in to coach.
His dad's now, he's passed away, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. So
great coach, great coach. Great coach.
Yeah,
he ran a cover 2 of those, Stu. So I don't know, man. He ran a
damn it, too. You gotta have a fucking linebacker like fucking Derek Brooks down the fucking middle.
Yeah.
Kirk Morrison was bad motherfucker.
T.O. I mean, T.O. had the athleticism. I think he wasn't no Derek. Brooks,
he was crazy. He was faster than Morrison. Yeah.
He was.
Thomas Howard. He was fast as hell.
Thomas Howard was faster than I was.
Yeah, I was saying he was fast.
Thomas Howard was a converted. Thomas Howard was a converted safety.
Oh, was he? He was a safety.
He played. I just remember he played safety at UTEP. Yeah.
I just remember this, right? So he was a will linebacker, and I was a free safety. So we're usually on the same side. And we had a blitz where it was the will linebacker and the free safety.
Yeah.
And so it was Thomas Howard had the decision of what gap he wanted to go to, and then I'd go to the opposite gap, right?
Yeah.
So I'd be like, okay, Thomas, you tap the side that you want to go to, and I'll go opposite. Yeah. And he's like, and he called me Studu. All right, Studu, I got you. Studu, I got you. Yeah. So he's going like this. So I'm like, okay, I'm a jump B gap.
Yeah.
So I'm running down, and he'll jump B gap. And I had to go outside. I'm like,
C gap.
Listen, okay, so tap what gap you want me to go to. He's like, all right, I got you, Studu. So then he tap like this, and I'm like, okay, so I got C gap. He jumped C gap.
But this ain't working how it's supposed to, Thomas.
I'm like, Thomas, God, because here's the deal. He ain't getting blamed for it. I'm the one like, Stu, what the fuck you doing? And I'm like, my bad.
Yeah.
But it was every fucking time.
He was trying to send you a message, man. He was
I'm like, just point where you're gonna go. Got you, Studu. Got you. I'm like, okay, sweet.
You're like, forget it.
So, man. I mean, R.I.P. man, great. I mean,
it was the law firm.
His girl at the time, Raven. My wife was friends with her. We used to have barbecues at his house, man. Great. Just always Thomas Howard, no matter what, had the biggest smile on his face whenever you saw him. It didn't matter winning, losing. He just always had and he always made you feel like happy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
When I heard he passed, it sucked. It was very tragic. He was one of the good ones. I mean, I love being around positive people, and I swear to God, that guy never said a negative thing ever.
Yeah.
Ever. But I just I'm like, all right, okay, I'm gonna.
Gotcha.
He's like,
Hey,
my bad, Studu, my bad. I'm like, dude, like, fucking up my shit. I'm like, this man. Come on, bro.
let's do this.
Anyways,
Stu, real quick. Do you have are you coming out to a Raider game this year at all? Let us know.
I'm not sure. I don't plan on it. I mean, unless because the Raiders do invite alumni out.
Mhm.
It's just tough. You know, I have 4 kids, and I don't like to leave my wife.
Yeah,
you know,
I'm with you.
Kids, yeah,
I got 3. I got 3. It's tough.
And I mean, to be honest with you, unless they're gonna fly me out and do it, I mean, it's just it's so expensive. It's
so expensive. So that brings me to my next question. It was a lead up to it. What are your thoughts on, because you played in Oakland, okay? So what's your best experience playing in Oakland? What's your favorite experience playing in Oakland? And my follow-up question to that is what are your thoughts on the Raiders moving to Oakland? But what's your favorite experience?
I mean, I would probably just say I mean, I had a lot of great experiences in Oakland.
Yeah.
You know, the fans were great. I would say probably the thing that I wish we could have been better.
Yeah.
Right.
Because it would have been fucking crazy.
So do you remember when you
like if we could have won some fucking games and
do you remember when it was the moments when and I show I got 3 girls, and it was when Marshawn Lynch was on the sideline and he was dancing. It was like the entire stadium. Yeah, like the entire stadium was rocking. I'm sitting there going like, I was actually in this team. We were beating the Jets 35 to, I think it was like 13 or something like that. I was in the stadium and I shot the video to my kids because I lived in Texas at the time. I was born and raised in Southern California. But I was living in Texas at the time. And I'm sitting there going like, this is the Raider Nation. I mean, like, he was just the entire stadium went off at that moment.
Oh yeah, no. I mean, I'll say this. You know, being a white guy from the Midwest and coming out to Oakland, I remember me and Trudell Sands, one of my very close Trudell Sands, one of the biggest human beings you ever met in your
Trudell Sands.
6'9", 400 fucking pounds, dude. He picked me up.
That's a large human being.
He had a white Ford Bronco, and he picked me up. And we would go down to downtown Oakland to these bars, all you know, black bars. And I'll tell you what, never once did anyone disrespect me. Never once was there any racial shit. I mean, some of the nicest people I've ever met were in downtown Oakland, where you'd think, you know, you just hear all the negative shit, right?
100%. Yeah.
This and that. And I never had a problem with anyone. And I always respected that. I always thought that was very cool that, you know, regardless of what people say in this and that, we're all just friends. We're all just sitting there talking sports and having a good fucking time, man. So that was always I enjoyed that very much, and that was special to me. I mean, I remember going down Jack London Square. This club called Mingles, and I remember people like, Stu, what the, you know, like my white teammates are like, well, come over,
what teenager?
We'll play cards, and I'm like, fuck that. I want to. Me and my wife, my girlfriend at the time, but now my wife, like, no, I want to hang out and, you know, have a good time or whatever. And we go down to Mingles, and everybody was just so polite and friendly, and there was no fucking hate or not like shit is today, man. It's just
But no one send you. No one send you.
It's very unfortunate.
No one sent you down the tenderloin. And said,
he never.
My wife actually used to work as a social worker in the Tenderloin.
Oh man,
tender than a motherfucker.
The tenderloin is. I'm telling you, I saw the craziest white lady I've ever seen. Rock down the intersection of the tenderloin at 3 o'clock in the morning, just straight walking around the intersection, shutting it down.
In Alameda, driving and seeing fucking these dudes fucking outside their car, just fucking cars just driving, ghost riding that motherfucker. I'm like,
oh
yeah.
And me and my wife, she was pregnant at the time. I'm like, yo, I gotta get to the doctor's appointment. So I had to like go around these motherfuckers. They're on top of their cars dancing and shit. I'm like, hey man, I'm like, gotta keep it moving, bro. but again, so polite, never. I mean,
but
never.
Let me ask you though. Are you good? Are you okay? Do you understand the move to Las Vegas?
Absolutely. We had to. Because here's the deal.
I agree.
I know people, we couldn't get free agents.
Yeah.
Our stadium was falling apart. Okay.
Yeah. The facilities were horrible.
It's green and yellow, first of all. The fucking dirt is a motherfucker.
Yeah.
Our locker room guys, when it would rain, we used to have trash bins in our locker room down to the ceiling.
That's crazy.
Right? On top of that, our facilities at 1220 Harbor Bay Parkway were terrible. Then on top of that, the state tax.
Yeah, I was about to say the state tax. Yeah.
Dude, I remember when I got drafted, I'm like, where's my money?
Yes.
It was gone.
Yep.
Yeah.
It was gone.
Yeah.
Right? So then on top of that, one of the biggest things that I heard was that's why we could only get guys towards the end of their career.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Get that one last contract.
And the thing is what they said was we might have the player that wants to come, and as soon as the wife goes, I'm not taking my kids to Oakland.
Yeah.
I'm not raising my kids in Oakland. We ain't going there.
That's the biggest thing.
You had fucking 5 things against us to get the type of players that we need to win a championship, right? So now you go to Las Vegas with a fucking absolutely beautiful stadium.
Yeah.
Living in Henderson, which is a great community, new practice facilities, and no state tax. What? I mean, we got Devontae Adams with a $52 million contract when I think, and my numbers might be off, but the Packers were offering him $57 million contract. Yeah. If he took that $57 million contract, he'd be making less because of Wisconsin state tax.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
Yes, so, that's Josh Jacobs. Yes,
I was about to say that. Every year,
I said it yesterday. Yes,
every year we would have, at the time, Gene Upshaw, God rest his soul, who was the head of our union, would come in, and he'd always show the team revenues. Raiders were always 30, 31, 32 last.
Yeah.
Shit, now we're I think
top 3. Yeah, something like that.
Here's the deal: when you got money, guess what?
Bonuses, signing bonuses.
Yeah, we can get the best coaches, and we can bring guys in, and we can do all the shit that we need to do. Yeah. We wouldn't be able to do that if we were still in Oakland.
Yeah,
no fucking way. No way.
But obviously, we have to win, right? We have to win. We have to try to bring the fan base into Las Vegas.
But here's the thing. We don't. In Vegas, it don't matter if we win or lose. We're making fucking money. That stadium's sold out.
Yeah. So Mark Davis is making money.
Huh?
Mark Davis is making money.
The team is making money.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
So when the team makes money, that's good for all of us.
Yes. That's the goal. But at the end of the day.
And here's the other thing. I want to say this. That whole shit about the one guy getting kicked out of the stadium for fucking. Here's the deal.
Holding up the sign.
Mm-hmm.
Is it Josh McDaniels sign? Is that the one?
When here's the thing.
Yeah. Fire McDaniels.
Great fans support the team.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yes.
Don't be negative,
yes.
right? And
Yeah.
here's the deal. When someone owns that motherfucker, if they don't want you there, they can tell you to get the fuck out.
Yes,
anytime.
And if you don't like it, build your own stadium and do what you want.
Yeah.
No, I'm with you. 100%.
People are,
yeah,
that's bull. Fuck you. You're sitting there talking shit about Mark Davis, who has lived his entire life to do everything he can do to make the Raiders the best organization he can do.
Yeah.
You shit me? And you're gonna question him?
Yeah.
Get out of here. Get the fuck out of my stadium, motherfucker.
Yeah.
Take his season tickets and burn them, motherfuckers. You're not allowed in my stadium.
okay,
You're not a fan. You ain't a fan.
Stu, you ready for this? Do you think Mark Davis is the right person to win us a Super Bowl?
Well, what do you mean by that?
So obviously, look, we went through the Rich Bisaccia days, right? Rich Bisaccia made us a playoff team after the debacle that went on, and then he not fired him, but they just didn't rehire him, and then he went after Josh McDaniels. Obviously, we know what happened with that. Do you think Mark Davis? I don't mean to extend this. I want to respect everybody's time because it's late everywhere.
Yeah, I'm probably after this question. I'm probably going to head to bed.
I'm telling you. Do you think Mark Davis is the right person to lead us to victory, to lead us to a next Super Bowl?
100%.
Yeah.
Listen, every decision that Mark makes is to make the Raiders great. Now, are all of them the best decisions? Maybe not. But to him, he's going through and going, to me, this is the best decision that I can make to make this organization great. There's no hidden intentions, agenda. You don't think that Mark wants this team to be successful? You're fucking crazy then.
Yeah.
No, 100%.
That's all the guy's grown up with.
100%. I think he wants it to be successful without question. But to me, is he the right person? You know what I'm saying? So
No, I don't know.
That's the hard part. No, that's the hard part. Is because you look at Rich Bisaccia. Rich Bisaccia brought us.
Rich Bisaccia did what he did. He's not a head coach. He did what he could do as an interim head coach, but he's not a head coach.
It was the right move. It was the right move.
I wouldn't have hired him. I wouldn't have hired him.
Me either.
Yeah, maybe we made the wrong choice.
Wouldn't have hired him.
Replace him.
Wouldn't have hired him in replacement of Josh McDaniels.
Maybe we should have put. Yeah, maybe Josh McDaniels was the wrong choice, but maybe Rich Bisaccia was the wrong choice as well.
Listen, but here's the thing: hindsight's 20/20. It's very easy now to go, Josh McDaniels sucked, but
I like. Hey, I've been on record at the time. I thought it was the right hire.
Yeah.
I was wrong, but I mean, I didn't want Bisaccia.
So too. I'm sitting here going, the guy's been around fucking 7 championships. He's got he's got guys to talk to. He's got and it didn't work out.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I'm with you because 100% that. I thought Josh McDaniels, the maturity that he had, some of the interviews that he had when
Josh
he was
McDaniels is a piece of fucking dog shit, but we didn't realize that.
I knew that was coming.
Stu, I was just trying to say what's up. Yeah,
no, we didn't realize that until we saw what he could do.
Yeah,
that's true.
Shit,
I feel you, man.
Like I said, everything's easy to fucking look back and go, shit, why the fuck did we do that? But at the time, at the time,
I feel you.
There was nobody else available. There was no one else.
Yeah. No, I feel you. That's actually 100% correct. It's like Who else are you gonna hire on?
I mean,
Who
I
else
said
are you gonna bring on?
Harbaugh, but I mean, we couldn't get him out of Michigan at that point.
Well, and Harbaugh also like he didn't even interview. I really don't think he wanted the Raider job.
He actually interviewed for Minnesota, and they passed on him for what's my guy's name? Guy in Minnesota.
O'Connell,
Kevin O'Connell.
Kevin O'Connell, yeah.
Yeah, they passed on him for O'Connell. Speaking of O'Connell, let's start that.
See, that's the thing. I don't know who half these fucking coaches are.
We don't expect you, but still, hey.
Well, no. What I'm saying is, like, again, a lot of it, and I say this, a lot of guys have long careers in the NFL. Yeah. Chris, I think you know what I'm about to say, don't you?
Yeah, go ahead.
By sucking dick. Have long. That's why I only played.
This is the whole nother show.
That's why I only played 6. I couldn't do that shit.
This is a whole other show. God damn it.
And coaches do the same.
Man.
And a lot of coaches want them yes men around them.
We got 300 in the building, and like this is what. God damn. I love it.
Well, see, here's
super real.
That I have,
man, this is insane.
I have the unique situation because I'm not tied to ESPN or ABC.
Yeah, you can say what you want. Yeah,
because all these other motherfuckers that you see, they're not saying
they're compromised. They're compromised.
Yeah. And here's the deal. I hope that people, if I tell you someone's a good player, someone's a good coach, I mean that. And if I tell you someone's a fucking asshole and a piece of shit, they're a piece of shit.
You mean that?
Here's the deal. A lot of guys can't give other people credit.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Oh, man. No, man.
That's true.
He sucks. He doesn't. It's like, you serious? That dude's a beast, man.
Because it's a cutthroat industry. It's a cutthroat industry.
Well, it's a very insecure industry.
Yes.
That too.
Yes.
With guys that, especially coaches, that are very insecure and have to prove that it's like, listen, buddy, I don't give a fuck how tough you are, whatever. I just want to win some football games, man.
That's it. That's it.
Put me in the right position to win some football games. You know what I'm saying? But it's all about, who's got the bigger dick. It's like, dude, no one gives a fuck.
Yeah.
No one gives a shit. You know what? You got the bigger dick. Can we? What are we going to do on third down?
Exactly.
What can we do on third down?
Millions on the side.
Exactly.
And that's why Chuck Pagano was one of the greatest ever.
Yeah.
Greatest coaches.
And he actually seemed like one of the greatest because like he would go on to the
Colts.
Well, he went from Raiders to
Baltimore,
North Carolina as a defensive coordinator, and then he went to Baltimore Ravens, and then he was the head coach of the Colts, and then went to the Bears, and then retired.
Yeah, and then Bruce Arians. Then he got sick, and Bruce Arians took over.
Yep.
And that started the legend. Bruce Arians was a guy that couldn't get a head job forever until that situation, and then he went on to be a Super Bowl winning head coach.
Mm-hmm.
I'm telling you, you gotta make it happen, right?
Yeah.
So, hey, all right, we still have a few hundred in the building. I appreciate you guys.
Stu, somehow.
I appreciate you rolling through. Hey, we're gonna go live, guys. We're thinking every Tuesday.
I thought we were live. We're not live.
No, we are live.
We're live, yeah.
We're live, but
we've been talking to each other, Stu. We ain't been talking to nobody else. We cut the shit off hours ago.
But like we're gonna do our thing every Tuesday, Stu. We're gonna reach out to you, man. If you want to join
every Tuesday.
Every
Tuesday.
Don't coin it. Don't coin it. All right, like, we have to make it happen.
I see you with that high and tight though.
Let's do it though,
tight, bro.
Since high school though, that's just what I do.
He got the
boosie. How old are you?
He got the little boosie.
41.
Dude,
41. In my idols,
the hair, man. You still got the hair, bro. That's.
And I only have the hair. I only have the hair because my wife is a hairdresser. She keeps me high and tight. You know what I'm saying?
But you still, I mean, you got hair though. That's a big.
Yeah.
Chris, how old are you?
100%.
41.
40.
Oh, we all the same.
I'm 43, so fuck y'all.
Don't press us. Don't press us, Stu. Don't press us. Okay. But at the hey,
So
what's up?
all right. What's the next question? I mean, are we done or what? Because
Hey, bro, it's late as shit for
Yes,
love.
yes,
Yeah, I'm
yes.
about to say I'm gonna head out because
It's
I
late as Christmas.
tailgated this morning and been drinking all
it's
day.
only 2:21. What the fuck, Chris?
Just saying. I was up early tailgating at the game.
Yeah, Stu's like, be right. Hey, do right, be
Been
right.
up since Wednesday.
Hey, but Stu, hey, we're gonna hook up on Tuesdays. We're gonna do our thing. Hey, if you're down, we'll reach out to you and link up with us because we recap the games. We touch on the upcoming games, the whole nine. So I know you link up with Graf and Waste all those guys, which is awesome. But hey, if you're gonna be, let us know if you're gonna go to a game this season because
Yeah, no, I will. I will. Yeah, no, I will. I probably don't actually. I do want to go to the
Cleveland game.
yes.
Cleveland. Yeah.
No, wait, no. Cincinnati, right? Or no? Is it Cleveland?
No, Cleveland.
Cincinnati.
2 weeks.
Cincinnati is it's a away game.
At Cincinnati.
Yeah, at Cincinnati.
You going
yeah.
there?
We're not at Cleveland. What are you talking about, bro?
No. Cleveland in Las Vegas.
No, I'm saying I'm in Indiana, so I'm saying
I'm saying. Okay,
yeah,
I'm just talking about home
Cincinnati
game.
game.
Hey, Stu, I'll be there.
Well, you know, so Lou Anarumo, the defensive coordinator for the Bengals, is a close friend of mine.
Okay.
Oh,
He's
really?
He's one of the best DCs in the league.
He's good. He's good. He's good.
He's real good.
Very close.
Okay.
friend.
You guys going to
And I want to go and I want to fuck up fucking blonde hair fuck face.
Burrow.
Joe Burrow.
Burrows.
Burrow.
That motherfucker
Yeah.
is such a lame-o, bro.
Soft.
Yeah.
Soft.
His interviews, he's like, you know,
Yeah.
I just like to chill. I'm not really in. I'm like, then why are you wearing all that flashy ass bullshit?
Yeah.
Just
Yeah.
say it. Own it. Like,
Just say it.
and then he's gonna dye his hair like Eminem, motherfucker. You ain't from Michigan.
It's the millennial mentality.
Yes, bitch from Ohio.
Hey,
whoa.
I
Down to
don't know what it
LSU.
is.
Whoa. We're not gonna have no Ohio slander.
No,
Come on,
I don't
man.
know.
No,
I don't know
I
what
said
it is.
couldn't make it at Ohio State.
Oh,
So he
okay.
went down
Okay.
to LSU.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Easy, Chris. What the fuck?
I feel yeah.
Was that
Because he's from Ohio, so
yeah.
We know you love your Michigan, the state of Michigan.
God damn you guys. Hey.
Hey, Chris, I'm gonna tell you this, bro. You better chill out on that shit, bro.
Yeah, love it.
On what?
It's battle. Battle it right. we gonna get right.
Renzo, man, that's a Michigan boy.
No, thing is, I love the Wolverines, and Stu should have been a Wolverine.
I don't like
And-
the Wolverines. I hate the Wolverines. So what the fuck?
That's
does that
okay though. You still should have. You were at
I
their
do like
camp.
Antonio Holmes. I like Troy Smith. I like
Troy Smith.
Yeah, Troy Smith.
Are
Troy
you
Smith
serious?
was legit.
Huh?
Was that JT Barrett that kept was that JT Barrett that kept Joe Burrow?
You don't
on
like
the
Troy
bench there?
Smith?
I know. I love Troy
Cool.
Smith.
No, Troy
No,
Smith
I'm
was
like,
legit.
Chris, you don't like Troy Smith?
Oh,
I'm a Michigan fan.
Yeah,
Yeah, he's
you
Michigan.
can't.
I live in
you can't.
Ohio, and I'm a
Look,
Michigan.
look,
I'm a Wolverine
the year we drafted Jamarcus Russell, I wanted us to draft Megatron and draft Troy Smith in like the third round, and then we drafted Jamarcus.
So
Or Drew Stanton. Or Drew Stanton.
Perry's
I wanted
bitch.
or Drew Stanton in the
Perry
second
is a
round.
pussy ass bitch. Chris
Who?
Perry. Chris
Ooh.
Perry.
Oh, you didn't like him? He could play. He was nice in
John
college.
Bar, terrible.
Really?
Just terrible.
Terrible. Braylon Edwards, beast. Marlon
Edwards is
Jackson, beast.
Yeah, Marlon Jackson. Who was a safety? We had a
Lamar
safety too.
Woodley, obviously beast.
Oh yeah.
Talking about Stevie Jones? I'm not talking about the play for
Terry
us.
Foot, beast.
Did we have a safety? Was it Stevie Jones? Stevie Jones that played for us?
Stevie Jones was a safety. No, but with that team that with Marlon Jackson, I forgot.
Oh, okay.
And you're a Michigan fan. You're a Michigan fan and can't remember the players' names, man. What
God damn it, Chris.
I don't got that same severe type memory though.
The memory's crazy.
Yeah, severe remembers everything.
Yeah, but we had Stevie Jones, right? He
Shazar, remember right? Shazar?
Shazar, yeah, he was a beast. Yeah. He was a beast. Linebacker, come on, man.
No.
Oh, shaking the head.
Ryan Shazier. Oh, I thought you were talking about Ryan Shazier.
Ernie Shazar played fucking safety, not linebacker.
Not Ryan Shazier. No, you're thinking about Ohio State, Ryan Shazier, right?
No, Michigan.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, I think you're talking about Ryan Shazier. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Michigan.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, my bad, man. I thought I'm sleepy. I'm sleepy over here, man.
Yeah.
God
Chris
damn.
on the East Coast.
God damn, Stu.
He's in Indiana.
Hey, you know I'm gonna come test you. You know that.
You have to.
Speaking of Indiana, man, RIP to Tito Jackson, Gary, Indiana native.
Oh, Tito died?
Tito died.
Who's that?
Tito, Michael Jackson's
Jackson
brother?
5.
The Jackson.
Tito was that dude, man.
Gary, yeah.
He kind of put it all together.
You know, I mean, well,
yeah.
All right, hey.
But all right, gentlemen.
Don't, hey. You guys have been real. Hey, Stu, I appreciate you rolling up. 100%, man. I mean,
no, let me say this. No, I appreciate you guys letting me come on. I really do.
For sure.
That's our pleasure.
I had a great time, and I'll say this: you guys know your shit. You guys put together a really good podcast. I wouldn't have come on here if you guys weren't, knowing what the fuck you're talking about.
Right.
We appreciate that.
I've always, Chris has always been one of my favorites, and you guys. When I was watching the comments and what you guys were saying, I'm like, man, I want to come up here and talk to you guys because you guys know what the fuck you're talking about. And one of the things I always like to do is as much as I can to educate the fans, because the more you guys know, the better that you guys can talk about shit.
Yeah, talk about it.
Yeah. And here's the thing. I'm not saying I know everything because I learned things from you guys as well, right? So I appreciate you letting me come on because sometimes it's always funny that, hey, can I pull up and just get ignored? I'm like, oh, okay. All right. That's cool. All right. Let me get the fuck out of here, motherfuckers. What else? Guys, I really appreciate it. I had a great fucking time, man.
Yeah, we enjoyed you, man.
Yeah, facts.
I'm going to say this. Let's enjoy this win. And 100%. I feel really good about what's coming up. I really do.
Yep.
I really do.
100%. We love it, man. And chat, we appreciate you rolling through. We still have close to a few hundred in the building. Stu's out. He's rocking out. We can't thank him more because the stories that he brought.
Hopefully Chris don't fly out. You don't fly out tomorrow, do you?
I do.
Oh, man. What time?
It ain't late. It ain't late. I mean, it ain't early.
No. Like, I want to make sure it's early.
Look, we know what happened.
I'll miss a flight.
Hey, we can't thank enough. Stu rolling through, just chilling. You know what I'm saying? Like
sure.
Lane Kiffin stories, the Al Davis stories. I mean, we still have a ton of people in the building. Everybody in the chat. I appreciate you guys. I
salute to everybody.
Yeah, I apologize. I couldn't get to everybody's questions. I just, it's tough. But when you got a guy like Stu that just knows the ins and outs of it, just the background of it, you can't skip it. You know what I'm saying? Let him rock his stories. Let him do his thing. So, man, we're going to end this day. We beat the shit out of the Ravens, boys. Like, we like, that's it. Yeah. We did it. The upset of the week. No one ever thought that we could do it. I had I was skeptical. You know what I'm saying?
I'm picking against the Raiders every week from now on, man. That's what it takes to win. That's what it takes to win.
Right.
And we just love that Stu pulled up and was able to just kind of like talk to us a little bit. But at the end of the day, Raiders showed up and showed out, and that's what we do. And AP, the Twitter that went viral, just showing his excitement, hugging up on Telesco. You know what I'm saying? Like that was real. So, all right, man. Sunday night, Chris, you get your ass back home, and let's link up on Tuesday.
Yes,
let's do Tuesday. I'll break down the film. We'll try to do a little more things, but the chat, I appreciate you guys rolling with us. Shout out one last time. Hit the like button before you exit. Go over to I'm the 805 Raider, Real Talk Raider Nation, the Severe Raider podcast, as well as the Protect the Show podcast. We're gonna rock out and roll you guys all season long. So make sure you guys go over those channels, hit the like button, subscribe, and we're gonna rock out. So appreciate you guys. Have a great weekend. We're gonna see you guys on Tuesday.
All right.